I still remember the feeling of that cabin in the woods, even now years later. Not the warm, cozy feeling of a perfect getaway, but a chill that seeped into my bones long before anything actually happened. I was 28 then, a freelance writer who often chased quiet, isolated spots to tackle big projects. My friends back in the city would joke about my hermit tendencies, but I found solace in the silence, a focus that the urban buzz just couldn't offer. This particular cabin, nestled deep in the Allegheny National Forest, was supposed to be my sanctuary for a month. I'd found it on a quirky rental site listed as the Hermit's Retreat, which honestly felt like fate. It was rustic, charming in a worn sort of way, with a stone fireplace and a porch overlooking an endless canopy of trees. No cell service, no internet, just me, my laptop, and a stack of books. Perfect, I thought. Looking back, that was my first mistake, going alone. And my second, perhaps, was choosing a place so deliberately cut off from the world. I told my sister Sarah where I was going, promising to check in weekly when I drove to the nearest small town for supplies. That felt like enough, a sensible precaution for a seasoned solo traveler. I'd done this dozens of times before, from remote desert campsites to mountain hideaways. I considered myself competent, prepared. But none of those places had felt quite like this. The drive up the winding, unpaved road had been long, my little hatchback kicking up dust like a lost explorer. The last 5 miles were especially gnarly, just gravel and potholes that made me question my car's suspension. By the time I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was already dipping below the tree line, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples that quickly faded into deep twilight. I dragged my bags inside, a mental checklist running through my head. Unpack, light a fire, make some instant coffee, settle in. The cabin was exactly as pictured, even down to the slightly crooked framed print of a deer above the mantel. I noticed a dusty old guest book on a small table by the window, its leather cover cracked and faded. The Hermit's Retreat, a chronicle of solitude, a handwritten label read. I smiled, a nice touch. I usually flip through these to see past visitors, cheerful notes and drawings, but I was too tired tonight, it could wait. As I fumbled with the kindling for the fire, a sudden sharp crack echoed from somewhere outside. It wasn't the sound of a branch falling or an animal rustling through the undergrowth. It was too precise, too deliberate, like a twig snapping right at my ear, but from a distance. I froze, my hand hovering over a log. The cabin was utterly silent, save for the faint hiss of the gas lamp I just lit. My breath hitched. I hadn't heard anything like it on my drive-in. Just the drone of my engine and the crunch of gravel. I waited, straining my ears, but there was only the vast, heavy silence of the forest pressing in. My heart, for reasons I couldn't quite name, began to thump a little harder. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, pressing down on me like a physical weight. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the stillness. I told myself it was just a branch, a dry, brittle thing snapping under its own weight, or perhaps a small animal. The forest was full of sounds, and I was just on edge from the long drive and the unfamiliar surroundings. That was it. But the rationalization felt flimsy, a paper-thin shield against an encroaching dread. I forced myself to take a deep, shaky breath, then another. My hand, still poised over the log in the fireplace, trembled slightly. I finally lowered it, picked up a firelighter, and struck a match. The small flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the stone hearth. It was a comforting, familiar action, and I clung to it. Soon a small blaze crackled merrily, chasing away some of the chill, both physical and imagined. I unpacked quickly, setting up my laptop on the small wooden table by the window, my books stacked neatly beside it. The guest book, a chronicle of solitude, still sat there, silently inviting. With the fire going and a mug of instant coffee steaming in my hands, some of my initial jitters began to recede. I needed to distract myself. Curiosity, a writer's constant companion, finally won out. I picked up the guest book. The leather cover, once a rich brown, was now mottled and scuffed. The pages inside were thick and creamy, yellowed with age. The first entry was dated almost 50 years ago in looping, elegant script. It spoke of peace, inspiration, and the restorative power of nature. Most entries followed a similar pattern: glowing reviews of the cabin's solitude, sketches of trees and birds, simple affirmations of finding quiet. I flipped through a few pages, smiling at the occasional goofy drawing or heartfelt poem. Then I noticed a shift. About halfway through the book, the entries became sparser, the handwriting a little more hurried, the tone slightly less joyful. Some entries were just dates and a name, no comments. Others had odd, disjointed phrases. October 12, 1998. Mark S. The quiet is too much. November 3, 2001. A leaner Vance, thought I saw something outside, just shadows. July 19, 2005. The isolation is getting to me, no one for miles is there. February 28, 2010. Sarah Jenkins, footprints in the snow, too big for deer, wrong shape. My breath hitched again, the words were simple, unsettling. They echoed the very fear that had pricked at me moments ago, too big for deer, wrong shape. I found myself scrutinizing the page, almost expecting a hand to reach out from the past. I tried to dismiss them as the ramblings of people unused to true solitude, letting their imaginations run wild. But a chill, colder than the evening air, snaked its way up my spine. I continued flipping, my fingers tracing the faded ink. Then I stopped cold. The last entry was dated 2 years ago. September 14, 2021. John D. left early, didn't feel right, felt watched, not alone. That was it, the book ended there, the remaining pages blank. 2 years ago, no one had stayed here since, or had no one bothered to write an entry, but the abruptness, the starkness of John D.'s words hung in the air. Not alone. I snapped the book shut, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. What was I doing here? My rational mind, usually so dominant, felt like it was struggling against a rising tide of primal fear. I was alone, miles from anywhere, with a dusty old book telling me I might not be, and that sharp, deliberate crack outside. It resonated with John Dee's last words. I tried to shake it off. This was absurd. I was a grown woman, not a character in a horror movie. I needed sleep, a good night's rest to clear my head. Tomorrow, in the bright light of day, I would laugh at my overactive imagination. I finished my coffee, tidied up my meager supplies, and prepared for bed. The cabin had one small bedroom with a single bed, surprisingly comfortable looking. I pulled back the heavy woolen blanket, then paused. The window in the bedroom was covered by a thin, almost transparent curtain. As I glanced towards it, I thought I saw a flicker of movement just beyond the glass, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness outside. My heart leaped into my throat. I stood frozen, my eyes glued to the window. Nothing, just the dark, indistinct shapes of the trees swaying faintly in a breeze I couldn't feel indoors. It must have been the movement of the curtain in a draft or a trick of my tired eyes. There was no one out there, there couldn't be. I quickly drew the heavier, opaque curtains across the window, blocking out the night completely. I locked the front door, though I knew it was more for psychological comfort than actual security. The door was old, its lock rusty, easily bypassed by anyone determined. Still, the click of the bolt gave me a small measure of peace. I lay in bed staring up at the unfamiliar ceiling, listening to the creaks and groans of the old cabin settling. Every rustle outside, every shift of the wind sounded magnified, sinister. My mind replayed the guestbook entries, the sharp crack, the imagined shadow. Sleep felt impossible. Finally, exhaustion began to win out. My eyelids grew heavy. Just as I was drifting off, a new sound cut through the silence. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but distinct enough to jolt me awake. A soft, rhythmic tap, tap, tap. It wasn't coming from inside the cabin. It was coming from outside, somewhere near the back. My breath caught in my throat. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like a twig or small stone being gently, deliberately knocked against something. My mind immediately went to the back window, the one I hadn't properly covered earlier. I imagined it was the very window in my bedroom, just beyond the thin curtain I dismissed as merely moving in a draft. My blood ran cold. I lay motionless, every muscle in my body tense, listening with an intensity that bordered on pain. The tapping continued for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a minute or two. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was even worse, filled with the echo of that soft, persistent sound. I didn't move, I didn't dare breathe loudly. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing whatever was out there to go away, to be a figment of my imagination, a dream. But the memory of the tapping was too real, too precise. It had been right there, just outside my window. I didn't sleep again that night. I lay awake, heart pounding, until the first faint streaks of dawn began to lighten the edges of the heavy curtains. When the sun finally rose, painting the room in a pale, silvery light, I felt a desperate surge of relief. Whatever had been outside, whatever had made that sound, was gone, or so I hoped. I climbed out of bed, stiff and unrested. The first thing I did was make a beeline for the bedroom window. With trembling hands, I drew back the heavy curtain. Outside, the forest was bathed in the soft glow of morning, green and vibrant. The air looked crisp, innocent. There was no one, no footprints in the dew-kissed grass that I could see from the window, nothing to suggest that anything out of the ordinary had happened. My rational mind, strengthened by the daylight, tried to reassert itself. It must have been an animal, a squirrel, a bird, anything. My fear had exaggerated the sound, distorted it into something more sinister. I forced myself to believe it. I had to. But I still couldn't shake the prickle of unease. I went to the kitchen, made a strong pot of coffee, and tried to focus on the day ahead. My plan was to write, to immerse myself in my work and forget the unsettling night. I opened my laptop, but the words wouldn't come. My mind kept drifting, replaying the sounds, the guestbook entries, the shadow. I needed to clear my head. I decided a walk would do me good. The sun was bright, the air fresh. It would chase away the lingering shadows of the night. I laced up my hiking boots, grabbed a small backpack with water and a snack, and stepped outside. The forest was beautiful in the morning light, vibrant green leaves glistening with dew, the smell of damp earth and pine needles filling the air. I walked along the narrow path that led from the cabin, enjoying the crisp air and the solitude. The sounds of birdsong, rustling leaves, and the gentle murmur of a distant stream were calming. For a while, I almost forgot the fear. I walked for about an hour, letting my thoughts wander, trying to recenter myself. As I rounded a bend in the path, I saw something that instantly brought back the knot of dread. On the muddy ground, clearly visible in the soft earth, were footprints. They weren't animal tracks, they were too large, too distinct. They were human, or at least they looked human, but they were strangely elongated, almost unnaturally narrow for their length, and there was something else about them. A faint, almost imperceptible pattern pressed into the arch of the foot like a raised symbol. My heart began to pound again. These weren't my footprints, I had just come this way. And they certainly weren't the tracks of a casual hiker, who would be out here this deep in the forest, so close to my cabin, and why did they look so wrong? I knelt studying them closely. The pattern in the arch was subtle, almost like a swirling, indistinct mark. It looked deliberate, not accidental. It was as if someone had a very unique, slightly misshapen shoe or boot. And the size, they were massive, much larger than any average foot. My mind went back to the guestbook entry, footprints in the snow, too big for deer, wrong shape. A wave of cold fear washed over me. This wasn't imagination, this was real. Someone or something had been here, recently, and the tracks led directly back towards my cabin. I stood up slowly, my gaze sweeping the trees around me. The cheerful morning light suddenly felt less comforting, more revealing. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential watcher, every rustle of leaves a hidden movement. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't just a prickle anymore, it was a heavy, constant pressure on my skin. I turned and practically ran back along the path, my earlier calm shattered. The sense of urgency propelled me forward, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I burst through the clearing and onto the porch of the cabin, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned against it, gasping, my hands pressed against my chest as if to calm my racing heart. I was no longer just unsettled, I was genuinely afraid. I needed to check the perimeter of the cabin. I had to know if the footprints came right up to the walls, to the windows. I debated for a long moment, my instincts screaming at me to stay inside, to lock everything and hide. But another, stronger instinct, the one that usually served me well in remote places, told me I needed information. I needed to know the extent of the threat. Taking a deep breath, I slowly, cautiously unbolted the door and peered outside. The immediate area around the cabin was a mix of packed dirt and sparse grass. There was a narrow strip of softer earth under the eaves where rain runoff had kept the ground moist, perfect for showing tracks. I started at the front door, scanning the ground. Nothing. I moved to the side of the cabin, eyes glued to the earth. Still nothing. My hopes began to rise slightly. Maybe the tracks were just on the path, from someone passing by, not actually approaching the cabin. But then I reached the back of the cabin. My heart sank. There, beneath the bedroom window, the one where I'd heard the tapping, were several of the same elongated, strangely shaped footprints. They led directly from the tree line straight to the wall, then turned and went back into the woods. And there, right below the sill, was a faint scuff mark and a small, almost microscopic splinter of wood missing from the sill itself. It wasn't the kind of damage an animal would make. It was consistent with something being gently, repeatedly tapped against the wood. The tapping, it hadn't been an animal, it had been deliberate, it had been right here. And whatever made those prints, whatever had been standing outside my window, had been watching me, listening to me sleep. A cold, sick dread filled me. This wasn't some cabin fever or overactive imagination. This was real. Someone was out there, and they knew I was here. I stumbled back inside, my mind racing. I was truly, completely alone. No cell service, no internet. My car was my only link to the outside world, and that was parked outside, vulnerable. The nearest town was an hour's drive, and I didn't even know if I could make it there before nightfall if I decided to leave right now. Panic, cold and sharp, began to set in. What did I do? I wasn't equipped for this. I was a writer, not a survivalist. I had basic first aid, food, a gas lamp, and a laptop. That was it. No weapon, no way to contact anyone, no way to defend myself. I tried to calm myself, to think logically. What was the most immediate danger? Someone watching me. What was their intention? I didn't know. Were they just curious, or something more sinister? The deliberate tapping, the strange prints, the guestbook entry, it all pointed to something not quite right, something predatory. I decided my first priority was to make the cabin as secure as possible, however futile it might seem. I rechecked all the windows, ensuring they were latched. The back bedroom window, the one with the scuff mark, felt particularly vulnerable. I tried to push a heavy chair against it, but it was too big and cumbersome. I settled for stacking a few heavy books on the sill, hoping they would at least make a noise if someone tried to open it. It was a pathetic defense, but it was all I had. Next, I needed to conserve power. I relied on the gas lamp for light, but it used up fuel. I also had a few battery-powered lanterns, but their batteries wouldn't last forever. I needed to think about my supplies. I had enough food for a month, maybe more, but water was from a well pump outside. What if they cut it off? What if they tampered with my car? The thought of my car sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. It was my only escape. I rushed outside again, careful to be quick and quiet. I checked the tires, the gas cap, the engine. Everything looked fine. But I knew that didn't mean it was safe. Someone could easily disable it in the dead of night. I seriously considered leaving right then and there. Pack everything, get in the car, and drive as fast as I could to the nearest town. But it was only midday. To drive an hour, then try to find accommodation, explain myself to confused locals, and what if whoever was out there saw me leave? What if they followed me? The forest was dense. They could easily hide and observe. And what if they had already tampered with the car, and I found myself stranded miles down that winding, isolated road? The thought of breaking down on that dirt track, miles from any help with them watching, was terrifying. No, leaving in a panic felt like a gamble I couldn't afford. Not yet. I needed to think to gather more information to at least try to understand what I was dealing with. I retreated back into the cabin, pulling the door shut with a heavy thud. The feeling of being trapped began to sink in. I was in their territory and they were playing with me. The tapping, the footprints, they weren't trying to break in, not yet. They were letting me know they were there. They were establishing dominance. My mind, usually so clear and logical, felt like a scrambled mess. I needed a plan. I needed to be prepared. First, I identified potential weapons. The cabin was rustic, so there wasn't much. A heavy cast-iron frying pan, a sturdy poker for the fireplace, a small, rusty axe by the woodpile outside, but I wasn't going to go out there to retrieve it. I grabbed the frying pan and the poker and laid them by my bed, a flimsy comfort. Second, communication. I repeatedly tried my phone, no signal, not even a bar. Satellite phone, walkie-talkie, I had none. My sister Sarah was expecting a call in a week. That felt impossibly far away. 7 days, a lifetime. Third, observation. I needed to know more about my watcher. I moved quietly from window to window, peering through the gaps in the curtains. The forest looked deceptively peaceful, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds chirping. It was a perfect camouflage. They could be anywhere. I spent the rest of the day in a heightened state of alert. Every shadow, every rustle, every creak of the cabin made me jump. I barely ate, my stomach a tight knot of anxiety. I tried to focus on my writing, but the words swam before my eyes. I felt like a gazelle in a lion's den, constantly scanning, constantly on edge. As dusk approached, the forest began to transform again, the cheerful greens of day giving way to ominous grays and blacks. The shadows deepened, becoming elongated, distorted. I lit the gas lamp early, unwilling to spend a moment in encroaching darkness. The cabin felt small, exposed. I didn't want to make myself a target by showing light, but I also couldn't sit in total darkness. I drew the curtains tight, hoping to minimize any light leakage. The fire in the hearth provided a flickering, shifting light that added to the unease rather than diminishing it. Dinner was a can of soup, eaten quickly and without enjoyment. I kept my back to the wall, constantly glancing at the windows, listening. My ears felt raw from the strain. Then, as the last sliver of twilight faded into utter blackness, it happened again. This time it wasn't a tap, it was a faint scratching sound. Zgredge, zgredge, zgredge. It was coming from the roof. My breath hitched, the sound was distinct, like something with claws or rough hands was dragging across the shingles. It was slow, deliberate, and moving. It started over the bedroom, then moved towards the living room, and then slowly back. My blood ran cold. Whatever was outside wasn't just observing anymore. It was moving on the cabin itself. It was exploring, testing. It was making its presence known in a terrifyingly intimate way. I grabbed the heavy cast-iron pan, my knuckles white, and huddled in the center of the living room, far from the walls and windows. My eyes darted to the ceiling, as if I expected the roof to tear open and reveal whatever monstrous thing was up there. The scratching continued, a maddening rhythm in the oppressive silence. It sounded heavy too, not like a raccoon or a squirrel. It sounded like something with significant weight, and the pattern was too regular, too intentional. It wasn't an animal foraging, it was exploring me. The scratching stopped as abruptly as it began. A new silence descended, even more terrifying than before. It was the silence of anticipation, of a predator pausing before its next move. I waited, rigid with fear, for what felt like hours. My muscles ached from the tension. My ears strained, trying to pick up any sound, any hint of movement, but there was nothing, just the beating of my own heart loud in my ears. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't run, I couldn't hide, I was trapped. And whatever was out there, it was playing a game with me, a terrifying, deadly game. The night stretched on, endless and agonizing. I didn't dare try to sleep. Every shadow seemed to move, every creak of the old house was amplified into a threat. My mind conjured images of the elongated footprints, the strange symbol, the scratching on the roof. As the first faint gray light of dawn began to appear through the gaps in the curtains, I felt a flicker of hope. Daylight. It always felt safer, but the relief was short-lived. This thing, whatever it was, knew I was here. It had explored my cabin. It had established its presence. And I had no idea what it wanted. I was a writer. My imagination was usually my greatest asset. Now it was my tormentor, filling my mind with every possible horrific scenario. I was going to die here alone in this cabin. No one would find me for days. The thought of Sarah waiting for my weekly call spurred a desperate resolve. I couldn't give up. I had to fight. But how? What was I fighting against? A person, an animal, something else entirely. I needed to be bolder. I needed to assess the situation properly, not just cower. I needed to understand what I was up against. With the rising sun, a sliver of courage returned. I couldn't stay a prisoner in my own fear. I had to act. My first thought was to secure the perimeter better. Perhaps boards over the windows, but I had no tools, no wood. My eyes fell on the heavy furniture in the cabin. The old wooden dining table, a heavy wardrobe in the bedroom. I could move them. I could barricade the doors and windows. It would be a slow, difficult task, but it was something. It was an action, a defiance against the unseen threat. I also needed to check the roof. I had to see if there was any physical evidence of what had been up there, scratching. It was a terrifying thought, but I couldn't ignore it. The cabin had a small, rickety ladder usually used for accessing the loft. I could use that to get to the roof. It felt reckless, but I had to know. I spent the early morning hours, fueled by stale coffee and a desperate need for control, moving the heavy furniture. The dining table was pushed against the front door, the wardrobe against the bedroom window. It was exhausting work, my muscles protesting with every heave. But with each piece of furniture in place, a tiny bit of my control returned. The cabin felt slightly more secure, slightly less permeable. By late morning, the cabin was a fortress of sorts, or at least as much of one as I could make it. The light coming through the windows was now partially blocked, making the interior a bit gloomier, but I didn't care. Security was paramount. Now for the roof. My heart hammered against my ribs as I dragged the old wooden ladder outside. It was heavier than it looked, and splinters bit into my palms as I maneuvered it. I propped it against the side of the cabin, right where I'd heard the scratching most distinctly. Taking a deep breath, I began to climb. The ladder swayed slightly under my weight and the wood groaned. I focused on my footing, pushing down the rising panic. As I reached the top, my head cleared the edge of the roof. The shingles were old, faded, and covered in pine needles. I carefully pulled myself up, my eyes scanning the surface. And there it was, not just a faint mark, but distinct gouges in the old, soft wood of the shingles. Long, deep scratches, definitely not from an animal. They were too wide, too deliberate. They looked like they had been made by something with long, strong, sharp nails or claws. In the pattern, they weren't random. They followed a distinct path leading from the back of the roof towards the front, then turning back. It was exactly where I had heard the scratching. My eyes followed the path of the scratches. They ended abruptly at the edge of the roof, above my bedroom window. And there, near the very edge, pressed into a patch of moss on the shingles, was another faint imprint. It was the same symbol I had seen in the footprints. A swirling, indistinct mark, almost like an ancient spiral or an eye. It was small, no bigger than a thumbnail, but unmistakably the same. Whatever this thing was, it was intelligent. It was marking its territory. It was leaving a calling card. A cold dread seeped into my bones, worse than anything I'd felt before. This wasn't a random encounter with a strange individual. This was something deliberate, something that knew what it was doing and was making sure I knew it too. I carefully, slowly descended the ladder, my mind reeling. The implications were chilling. This was no ordinary trespasser. This was something more, and it was toying with me. Back inside the cabin, I felt a desperate need to find out more. The guest book. What if there were other clues? I had only skimmed it, dismissed the earlier entries as fear. But now, with the physical evidence of the footprints and the roof scratches, I knew I had to reread it, every single page, looking for anything I might have missed. I pulled out the guest book, my hands trembling as I opened it. I started from the very first entry, reading each one slowly, carefully, trying to look past the surface words. The initial entries were innocent, full of praise for the cabin's peace. But as I got closer to the shift I'd noticed earlier, I started seeing small details I'd overlooked. August 12, 1995. John and Mary, such a lovely, quiet spot. Only thing is, the children kept complaining about the TikTok man at night, silly kids. TikTok man, I froze, the tapping, was that what they meant? I kept reading, a sense of growing unease settling over me. June 3, 1999. The Miller family heard odd whispers near the stream, like someone calling my name, but no one was there. The children were scared, said they saw a tall shadow in the woods. Kids' imaginations, I suppose. Tall shadow, my mind flashed to Alina Vance's entry. Thought I saw something outside, just shadows. And my own glimpse of movement outside my window. July 19, 2005. David, the isolation is getting to me. No one for miles is there. Feel like eyes are on me constantly. And I found strange marks on the trees, spirals carved into the bark. Probably some local kids playing pranks. Spirals carved into the bark, the symbol in the footprints on the roof. My blood ran cold. This wasn't kids, this was it. The entries became more frequent with these subtle, unsettling mentions. February 28, 2010. Sarah Jenkins, footprints in the snow, too big for deer, wrong shape. And the children's toys kept being moved outside the cabin. Left a doll on the porch. Next morning it was on a tree branch facing the cabin. My breath hitched, my hands were shaking so much I almost dropped the book. This wasn't just a physical threat, it was psychological. It was playing games. It was a deliberate, malevolent entity. I kept reading, faster now, desperate for answers. May 1st, 2015. Lisa T. came for peace, found only dread. The whispers are constant now, always in the shadows. I see glimpses just at the edge of my vision. A long arm, a flash of red, leaving tonight, can't stay. A long arm, a flash of red, what did that mean? And then the last entry. September 14th, 2021. John D. left early, didn't feel right, felt watched, not alone, heard the scratching on the roof last night, and the whispers, it knows my name, it knows my name. The book fell from my numb fingers, hitting the table with a soft thud. It knows my name. The words echoed in my mind, a terrifying personal threat. I hadn't told anyone my name here. Sarah only knew I was going to the hermit's retreat. I hadn't mentioned my name in any of the initial rental inquiries. Who would have told it? Unless it had been watching me for a long time, observing, learning. I sat there frozen, the implications washing over me in a horrifying wave. This wasn't just a random encounter. This cabin, the hermit's retreat, was a trap. A place designed to lure in solitary individuals, people like me who sought escape from the world. And it had been doing so for decades. The guest book was a chronicle not of solitude, but of slow, creeping terror. Every prior occupant who had mentioned something unsettling, every mention of footprints, shadows, whispers, tapping, scratching, the strange symbol, it all coalesced into a single, terrifying truth. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was a pattern, a hunting ground. And I was the next prey. Panic threatened to overwhelm me completely. My breathing became shallow, ragged, my vision blurred. I was trapped miles from help with something ancient and malevolent closing in. I had to get out my car, I had to risk it. Even if it was tampered with, I had to try. I couldn't stay here another night. Not with it knowing my name, whispering in the shadows, scratching on the roof. I stood up, pushing through the suffocating fear with a desperate resolve. I would pack only the essentials, my car keys, my phone, however useless it was, a bottle of water. I would make a run for it. As I took a step towards the bedroom to grab my backpack, a low, guttural growl rumbled through the floorboards. It wasn't a distant sound, it wasn't outside. It was underneath the cabin. I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. The growl was deep, powerful, vibrating through the very foundations of the cabin. It lasted only a few seconds, then faded into a chilling silence. But it was enough. It was a declaration. It wasn't just outside anymore, it was beneath me. It was in the very fabric of this place. My legs felt like jelly. I sank back into the chair, my hands clasped over my mouth to stifle a scream. The growl had been too close, too real. It knew I was planning to leave. It was telling me I wasn't going anywhere. The cabin, once my sanctuary, had become my prison. And the walls, the floorboards, the very air felt alive with a silent, watching presence. I was trapped with a creature that knew my name, that played games, and that was now directly beneath my feet. The daylight streaming through the barricaded windows felt utterly meaningless. It offered no comfort, no safety. The silence that followed the growl was heavy, pregnant with a terrifying anticipation. I was no longer fighting for understanding or information. I was fighting for survival. And I knew with a horrifying certainty that the real horror had only just begun. The game was escalating, and I was completely, utterly alone. The low, guttural growl reverberated through the floorboards, a raw, primal sound that tore through the fragile barricades of my sanity. It wasn't just outside anymore, it was part of the cabin, part of the very ground I stood on. My legs, already weak from fear and exhaustion, gave out completely. I collapsed back into the chair, my hands clamped over my mouth, stifling the scream that clawed at my throat. My heart thundered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every muscle in my body seized, rigid with terror. The growl had ceased, leaving an oppressive silence in its wake. But it was a silence filled with menace, heavy and suffocating. It spoke of a presence, a malevolent will that knew my every move, my every thought. It had known I was about to flee, and it had delivered its chilling message: you are not going anywhere. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to banish the image of those elongated footprints, the gouges on the roof, the haunting words from the guest book. It knows my name. The phrase echoed in my mind, intertwining with the memory of the growl, a symphony of dread. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. Panic, cold and sharp, threatened to consume me. My breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. I wanted to run, to scream, to lash out at the unseen tormentor. But there was nowhere to run, no one to hear my cries. The daylight filtering through the gaps in my makeshift barricades offered no comfort. It merely illuminated the grim reality of my prison. Slowly, painstakingly, I forced myself to breathe. In, out, I had to think, I had to fight. My sister Sarah was waiting, I couldn't give up. But what was I fighting? An animal, a deranged human. The guest book entries, the symbol, the sheer malevolence of it all hinted at something far older, far more sinister. The tick-tock man, tall shadow, long arm, flash of red. These weren't descriptions of a typical predator. My gaze fell upon the guest book, still lying open on the table. The last entry, John Dee's desperate plea, seemed to burn into my eyes. It knows my name, it knows my name. How could it? I hadn't told anyone my name. I was just the tenant to the quirky rental site. Had it heard me talk to myself? Had it listened to me setting up my laptop, perhaps glancing at a document with my name on it? The possibilities were endless, and each one more chilling than the last. I had to investigate. I needed to understand what was underneath the cabin. Was there a crawl space, a basement? The cabin seemed too small, too rustic for a full basement, but a crawl space, perhaps for plumbing or foundation access, was plausible. My heart hammered at the thought. To go down there, into the dark, into its territory, it was madness. But staying here, a sitting duck, was surely a death sentence. The creature was toying with me, but its patience would wear thin. The growl was a warning, a promise. I rose slowly, my muscles stiff and protesting. My body felt heavy, each movement an effort against the crushing weight of fear. I grabbed the cast iron pan and the fireplace poker, holding them tight. They felt pathetically inadequate, but they were all I had. I scanned the floorboards of the living room. They were old, wide planks, some warped with age. There had to be an access point. My eyes fell on a small, almost invisible seam in the corner near the stone hearth. It looked like a section of the floor that could be lifted. There was no handle, no obvious way to open it. Kneeling, I examined it more closely. The planks here were slightly discolored, darker than the rest. With the poker, I carefully probed the edges. There was a faint give, a slight rattle. It wasn't sealed shut, just skillfully blended into the floor. Taking a deep breath, I tried to pry it up. The wood was old and stubborn. I wedged the tip of the poker into the seam and pulled, grunting with effort. Nothing. I tried again, pushing with all my weight. With a groan of tortured wood, the section lifted a fraction of an inch. A wave of cold, musty air wafted up from beneath, carrying with it the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and something else, something indescribably foul. It was a smell that prickled the back of my throat, a stench of stagnant decay mixed with a faint metallic tang. I recoiled, my stomach churning. What was down there? Summoning every ounce of courage, I continued to pry, using both the poker and the frying pan. The old wood shrieked, protesting loudly, but slowly the section of floor rose, revealing a dark, square opening. Below was a gaping blackness, a pit of absolute shadow. I couldn't see anything. I fumbled for one of my battery-powered lanterns, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped it. Click. A beam of light speared into the darkness, revealing a crawl space. It was narrow, low-ceilinged, and filled with cobwebs and dust. The dirt floor was uneven, punctuated by stone pillars supporting the cabin's foundation. The air was thick and heavy, stagnant, and the smell, it was even worse down here, overpowering, putrid. My eyes scanned the cramped space, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had growled. Nothing, just shadows dancing in the lantern's beam, but there were indentations in the damp earth, tracks. My breath hitched. They were the same elongated, unnaturally narrow footprints I'd seen outside, complete with the swirling symbol pressed into the arch. They wound around the support pillars, crisscrossing the space, leading deeper into the darkness beyond the reach of my lantern. My blood ran cold. It had been down here, it lived here. This wasn't just a creature that stalked the woods, it resided underneath the cabin, a silent, unseen tenant sharing my space. Then I saw something else. Tucked away in a dark corner, half hidden by a tangle of cobwebs, was a small, crudely carved wooden effigy. It was unsettling, vaguely humanoid, with elongated limbs and a head that was too small, featureless save for two small, unsettling pinpricks where eyes should be. And etched onto its chest was the same swirling symbol. A shiver of pure dread ran through me. This wasn't just an animal or a human. This was something that left symbols, that made effigies, something ancient, perhaps ritualistic. This wasn't a prank or a simple hunt. This was deliberate, calculated terror. I scrambled backward, slamming the trapdoor shut with a desperate thud. The sound echoed through the cabin, final and horrifying. The stench, however, lingered, a constant reminder of the darkness beneath. What was I supposed to do now? The escape route, my car, was still out there, vulnerable. But the creature was in here, or at least right underneath here. There was no safe place. My mind raced, reeling from the new discovery. The guestbook entries suddenly made chilling sense. The tick-tock man, was it the sound of its claws on the floorboards or the tapping I heard? Tall shadow, long arm, flash of red, descriptions from those who had glimpsed it. The effigy, the symbol, a calling card, a mark of its presence. I realized with sickening clarity that I had underestimated this thing. It wasn't just a hunter, it was a manipulator, a psychological tormentor. It had been playing with the minds of everyone who had stayed here, driving them to the brink before what? The blank pages of the guestbook after John Dee's entry were a terrifying testament to that unknown end. I needed to arm myself better. The frying pan and poker were useless against something that could live under the cabin and scratch on the roof. My eyes darted around the room, desperate. The axe outside was still a temptation, but going out for it felt like walking into a trap. Then my gaze landed on the stone fireplace. The logs were still stacked neatly beside it, hefty chunks of oak and maple. A single log swung with enough force could be a formidable weapon, and there was the cast iron grate, heavy and solid. I grabbed a thick log, testing its weight. It was cumbersome but effective. I laid it beside the frying pan and poker, a small arsenal. My heart still pounded, but a sliver of defiant determination began to push through the fear. I couldn't just sit here and wait. I had to know if there was anything else, any other way to fight back. The previous inhabitants, they had all left. Had any of them escaped? What happened to the ones who didn't? The guestbook called to me again. I had to go through it line by line, looking for any mention of a weakness, a way to defend oneself, a survival strategy. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I reopened the book, forcing myself to ignore the lingering fear, to focus on the words. I started from the beginning again, carefully reading through the seemingly innocent entries. Most were bland, happy, but I noticed a pattern. The people who mentioned unsettling things often left shortly after, but some lingered. Why? September 5th, 1997. Eleanor Vance, still here, the quiet is oppressive, the dreams so vivid, always the shadows, but I feel drawn to them, to the woods. It's like a song pulling me deeper. Eleanor Vance, she was the one who said, thought I saw something outside, just shadows. She had stayed longer after that, drawn to them. What did that mean? October 12th, 1998. Mark, the quiet is too much. It whispers to me at night, shows me things in my sleep, ancient things, secrets of the forest. I feel changed. Leaving soon, but I don't think I'll truly be gone. Shows me things in my sleep, secrets of the forest. This was beyond physical threat. This was a mental game, a corruption. It was trying to get into their minds. I continued reading, my dread growing. The creature wasn't just intimidating people, it was influencing them. The whispers weren't just auditory illusions, they were insidious suggestions. July 19th, 2005. David, the isolation is getting to me. No one for miles is there. Feel like eyes are on me constantly, and I found strange marks on the trees, spirals carved into the bark, probably some local kids playing pranks. Later additions in a shaky hand. No, not kids, it's him. He watches. He tries to make me forget who I am, forget why I'm here, my family. I need to remember my family. David, he was fighting it, forget who I am. It was trying to erase their identity, to subsume them. This was psychological warfare of the highest, most terrifying order. I flipped to Sarah Jenkins' entry, the one about the footprints and the moved doll. February 28, 2010. Sarah Jenkins, footprints in the snow, too big for deer, wrong shape, and the children's toys kept being moved outside the cabin. Left a doll on the porch. Next morning, it was on a tree branch facing the cabin. Later additions, different pen. It wants me to join its game. It sings to me a lullaby of the forest. I almost forgot my own child's face. My stomach twisted. The creature was targeting the most vulnerable, the most essential memories. Children, family, identity. It was trying to strip away what made them human to make them something else. I felt a cold prickle on my skin. Was it doing that to me now? Had my own fear and desperation made me vulnerable? I hadn't heard whispers yet, not truly. But the constant sense of being watched, the growing paranoia, the way my mind felt like a scrambled mess, was that its influence. I pushed the thought away, focusing on the book. There had to be a pattern, a hint of what it was or how to resist. I came to an entry from May 1st, 2015. Lisa T. Came for peace, found only dread. The whispers are constant now, always in the shadows. I see glimpses just at the edge of my vision. A long arm, a flash of red, leaving tonight, can't stay. Later, scrawled in faint, almost illegible pencil, it showed me the path, the ancient stones, the offerings. The ancient stones, the offerings. My mind latched onto these words. What stones, what offerings? This was a new detail, something more than just psychological torment. This suggested a ritual, a purpose beyond simply driving people mad. The last entry, John Deese, now held even more weight. September 14th, 2021. John D. left early, didn't feel right, felt watched, not alone, heard the scratching on the roof last night, and the whispers, it knows my name, it knows my name. Final scrawled note, almost indecipherable, the light, it hates the light, the sun, not the lamps, the real sun. The light, it hates the light, the sun, not the lamps, the real sun. A desperate flicker of hope ignited within me. Could it be that simple? The reason it operated mostly at night, the reason the fear dissipated slightly with the dawn, it was sensitive to sunlight. That would explain why its activity was always at night or in the deep, shaded woods. But I was inside, the sun streamed through my windows, why wasn't it leaving? Unless it wasn't the ambient sunlight it feared, but direct, intense light, like a flashlight beam or fire. My gaze went to the fireplace, then to my battery-powered lanterns. They weren't powerful enough to be truly bright, but they were better than nothing. The gas lamp, however, burned with a much stronger, yellower flame. This was a theory, a desperate guess, but it was the only piece of actionable intelligence I had found. If the light truly bothered it, then I needed to maximize light, particularly during the night. And fire was light and heat, primal and powerful. I needed to gather more wood now, while the sun was still high. My fear of going outside was immense, but the alternative, waiting for nightfall with only gas lamps and a vague theory, was worse. If it truly hated the sun, then midday was my safest bet. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I gripped the log and the cast-iron pan. I made my way to the front door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I slowly, cautiously unbolted the door. The heavy dining table barricade made it difficult to open more than a crack. I peered through the gap. The forest was bathed in sunlight, a deceptive calm painting the trees. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine. Birds chirped, it looked utterly peaceful. But I knew better, it was watching, it was always watching. I pushed the door open just enough to slip through, leaving the barricade partially in place. Stepping onto the porch, I felt an intense wave of vulnerability. Every nerve ending screamed at me. I kept the log held high, ready to swing. The woodpile was only a few yards from the cabin, near the side where the small, rusty axe lay. My plan was to grab enough dry logs to last through the night, as many as I could carry in one trip. I would be fast. I moved with a desperate urgency, my eyes darting around, scanning the tree line, the shadows. The sun was indeed bright, filtering through the canopy, dappling the ground. I felt a sliver of courage, a sense of protection from its harsh rays. As I reached the woodpile, I bent down, frantically grabbing logs. They were heavy, rough against my skin. I piled them into my arms, almost dropping them in my haste. Just as I straightened up, loaded down, a subtle shift in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible rustle caught my attention. My head snapped up. There at the edge of the tree line, partially obscured by the dense foliage, was a flicker of movement, a flash of red. My blood ran cold, a long arm, a flash of red. Lisa T's words from the guest book. I stood frozen, unable to move, my arms full of firewood. I strained my eyes, trying to see it clearly. The shadows were deep there, making it hard to discern detail, but I saw it again. A long, slender form, too tall, too thin, moving with an unnatural grace among the trees. And then a glimpse of something scarlet, like a tattered piece of cloth or maybe dried blood. It didn't step out, it just watched. A silhouette against the deeper shadows, unnaturally elongated, almost skeletal. Its head was small, indistinct, but I felt the weight of its gaze, a burning intensity that pierced through the distance. Panic seized me, sharp and overwhelming. The log and pan in my hands felt like feathers. I dropped the armful of firewood, scattering it across the ground. I turned and sprinted back towards the cabin, my lungs burning, my legs pumping. I didn't look back, I didn't dare. I burst through the narrow opening of the door, slamming it shut behind me with all my might. The heavy dining table shuddered but held. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, my chest heaving. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. It was real, it wasn't just my imagination. I had seen it. The tall shadow, the long arm, the flash of red. And it had been watching me, waiting. The sunlight hadn't scared it off, it had merely kept it in the deeper shadows, observing. The guest book's claim that it hated the real sun might mean direct confrontation, not simply presence. My brief burst of courage was gone, replaced by a deeper, more profound terror. The creature was physical, tangible, and it was waiting for nightfall. I retrieved the dropped firewood, bringing it inside quickly. I barricaded the door even tighter, using more of the heavy furniture, reinforcing the windows. The cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a besieged bunker. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of hypervigilance. I kept the fire going, feeding it precious wood. I lit all my battery-powered lanterns and the gas lamp, trying to make the cabin as bright as possible, even in the fading daylight. The light, though feeble against the encroaching darkness, was my only hope. As twilight bled into a deep, moonless night, the cabin became an island of flickering light in a sea of impenetrable black. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old house amplified into a sinister whisper. I huddled in the center of the living room, surrounded by my paltry arsenal, my eyes darting between the windows and the ceiling. The first sound came around midnight, a soft, rhythmic thumpy thump. It wasn't the scratching from the roof. It was lower, heavier, coming from the side of the cabin near the bedroom window. My blood ran cold. The barricade I'd pushed against the bedroom window, the heavy wardrobe, was now vibrating with each impact. It wasn't trying to open the window, it was hitting the wall, deliberately testing the defenses. Thump, 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 the rhythm was maddening, relentless. It was slow, patient, but utterly terrifying. It was telling me it was there. It was letting me know it was coming for me. I grabbed the heavy log, my knuckles white, my whole body trembling, my breath hitched in my throat. I wanted to scream, to cry, but no sound would come out. The thumping continued for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes. Then it stopped. The sudden silence was deafening, even worse than the noise. It was the silence of a predator pausing, reassessing. I waited, rigid with fear. My eyes were glued to the bedroom wall, expecting it to splinter open, expecting a long, red-tinged arm to reach through, but nothing happened. Then a new sound, scritch, scritch, scritch. It was back on the roof. The same deliberate scraping sound, but this time it sounded closer, heavier, as if it were dragging something or being dragged. My gaze shot to the ceiling. The scratching moved from the bedroom over the living room, then stopped directly above me. I could almost feel its weight. The old wooden beams groaned under the strain. Dust motes, disturbed by the unseen movement, drifted down into the lamplight. And then the whisper. It was faint, barely audible, like dry leaves rustling in a breeze, but it was there. It sounded like a voice, raspy and ancient, speaking a language I didn't understand. But within the sibilant sounds, I heard something familiar, something that made my blood run cold. My name's Sarah. It was interwoven with the whispers, distorted, stretched, like a painful echo. Sarah. The whisper repeated, drawing out the syllables, making it sound more like a curse than a name. It was coming from above me, from the roof, permeating the very air of the cabin. This was it. It wasn't just outside or underneath. It was everywhere. It It was in my head, attacking my sanity. I clamped my hands over my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, trying to block out the horrifying sound. But it penetrated, insidious and chilling. It knew my name, and it was using it against me. It was singing its lullaby of the forest, trying to make me forget, trying to make me join its game. I fought it, tears streaming down my face. I thought of my sister, her face, her laugh. I thought of my life, my work, everything that made me me. I repeated them in my head, a desperate mantra against the encroaching madness. The whispering continued, weaving its way into my thoughts, twisting them, trying to plant seeds of doubt, of despair. You are alone. No one will find you. Give up. Join us. I clung to my sanity with every fiber of my being. The light, John Dee's words, the real sun, the fire. I needed to make more light, more fire. I stumbled towards the hearth, throwing more logs into the already roaring blaze. The flames leaped higher, casting dancing shadows, but also a brighter, more defiant glow. I grabbed one of the lanterns and shone it upwards towards the ceiling, towards the source of the whisper. The scratching stopped, the whispering faltered, then died away. Silence, a profound, aching silence. I stood there, gasping, lantern raised, listening, watching. Had it worked? Had the light driven it back? I waited, heart pounding, for any sound, any movement. Nothing. The cabin was still. The fire crackled merrily, an innocent sound in the terrifying quiet. I had pushed it back, for now. But the night was far from over, and the creature was still out there. It knew my name, it knew where I was, and it was playing a very long, very cruel game. My exhaustion was absolute, but sleep was an impossibility. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, feeding it logs, keeping the light bright, my makeshift weapons close. Every shadow, every creak made me jump. My mind replayed the growl, the thumping, the scratching, the whispers, my name echoing in the darkness. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the sky, a fragile sense of relief washed over me. The light was returning, but this time it was a hollow relief. I knew the daylight was only a temporary reprieve. The creature was still here, it hadn't left. It was merely retreating into the deep shadows, waiting for nightfall to resume its terrifying game. I was no longer just afraid, I was determined. I had survived the night, I had fought back, however feebly, and I wouldn't let it win. I would find a way out, I had to. I had to be bolder, I had to understand the ancient stones and the offerings Lisa T had mentioned. There had to be a way to fight this thing, a weakness beyond just light. The guestbook held clues, cryptic though they were. I needed to decipher them. My eyes fell on the map I'd brought, a basic topographical map of the Allegheny National Forest, showing trails and natural features. I hadn't looked at it much, relying on my memory for general directions, but now it was a lifeline. If there were ancient stones, they would be marked, or at least suggested by unusual geological features. A standing stone, a peculiar rock formation, anything. I spread the map out on the table, trying to focus my bleary eyes. There were several small, unmarked trails branching off the main path, leading into more remote parts of the forest, and a few marked points of interest, an old quarry, a natural spring, a peculiar rock outcrop known as the Devil's Tooth. Could one of these be the ancient stones? A horrifying thought occurred to me, the offerings. What kind of offerings? To what? The effigy in the crawl space, it suggested some kind of dark ritual, a pagan worship. Were the previous occupants offerings, or had they simply been driven to provide offerings themselves? I shuddered, pushing the morbid thoughts away. I needed to act. The creature retreated during the day, which meant I had a window, a precious, terrifying window of opportunity. I made a plan. Today I would venture out again, but this time with purpose. I would follow the path of those ancient stones and offerings as best as I could interpret them from the map. It was reckless, dangerous, but staying put was no longer an option. This was my only chance to understand my enemy, to find a weakness, to find a way to escape. I would take my phone, useless as it was, in case I stumbled into an improbable signal. My backpack filled with water, food, and the most powerful of my battery-powered lanterns. And of course the heavy log and the cast-iron pan. My flimsy weapons, but better than nothing. I had to be strategic, stealthy. I couldn't let it see me leave, not if it was still lurking in the shadows, recuperating from the night. I had to time my departure perfectly during the brightest part of the day, moving silently like a ghost. My heart hammered with a desperate resolve. This was no longer about survival, it was about fighting back, about reclaiming my identity, my life. I was not an offering, I was not prey. I was Sarah, and I was going to get out of this cabin alive. As the morning sun climbed higher, bathing the forest in its comforting, albeit deceptive glow, I prepared. I packed my bag, triple-checked my weapons. My resolve hardened with each passing minute. The fear was still a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now tempered by a fierce, desperate determination. I would face this thing, I would find its secrets, and then I would escape, or I would die trying. The game was far from over. In fact, it had only just truly begun. The morning sun, usually a herald of comfort, now felt like a spotlight on my vulnerability. It illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air, the heavy furniture barricading the doors and windows, and the gnawing fear in my gut. but it also offered a window, a brief respite from the relentless terror of the night. If the creature truly hated the real sun, then this was my only chance. I took a deep breath, the scent of pine and stale wood filling my lungs. My backpack was ready, water bottles, a few energy bars, my battery-powered lantern, and the useless phone. My weapons lay beside me, the heavy log, surprisingly solid in my trembling hands, and the cast-iron pan, its weight a flimsy reassurance. This wasn't just about escaping, it was about fighting back, about understanding what I was up against. The ancient stones and offerings from Lisa T's entry, John Dee's desperate note about the light, these were my only lids. I spread the topographical map across the dining table, its worn creases a testament to many forgotten journeys. My finger traced the winding dirt track that led to the cabin, then branched off into a spiderweb of smaller, unmarked trails. The official points of interest were few: the old quarry, a natural spring, and the Devil's Tooth, a peculiar rock outcrop marked with a small, jagged symbol. My gaze lingered on the Devil's Tooth. The name itself was ominous, and the symbol on the map, though simple, held a subtle, unsettling similarity to the swirling mark I'd found in the footprints and on the roof. Could this be it? Could this be one of the ancient stones Lisa T had mentioned? It was a gamble, but it was the only concrete possibility I had. The path to it seemed to be a faint, unmarked trail, a mere suggestion of a track fading into denser forest. That fit with the creature's hidden nature. I studied the distance. It looked like a few hours' hike, even at a brisk pace. I had to be quick, stealthy, and back before twilight. The thought of being caught out in the open, miles from the cabin, as the sun began to set, sent a fresh wave of panic through me. Taking one last, fortifying breath, I carefully unbarred the front door, easing the heavy dining table aside just enough to slip through. The squeal of old wood was excruciatingly loud in the silence. I peered out. The sun was high, dappling the clearing with bright light and deep shadows. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I stepped onto the porch, my body rigid, every sense on high alert. The heavy log was clutched in my right hand, the backpack slung awkwardly over my left shoulder. I looked left, then right, scanning the tree line, searching for any flicker of red, any unnaturally elongated shadow. Nothing, just the wind rustling through the leaves, the distant call of a bird. Moving with a speed born of terror, I made my way to the start of the faint trail that spiderwebbed off the main path, leading deeper into the woods towards the Devil's Tooth. The ground underfoot was soft earth and decaying leaves, making for silent steps. I tried to walk as quietly as possible, my eyes constantly sweeping the surrounding trees. The forest here was different from the path directly around the cabin. It felt older, darker, the trees growing closer together, their branches intertwining to form a dense canopy that filtered the sunlight into ghostly shafts. The air grew cooler, heavier, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something faintly metallic, like the smell that had risen from the crawl space. My heart pounded with each step. Every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig made me jump. I kept expecting to see it, the tall shadow, the flash of red. My imagination, usually a creative ally, was now a tormentor, conjuring monstrous shapes in the corners of my vision. As I ventured deeper, the path grew even fainter, almost disappearing under a carpet of moss and fallen leaves. I relied on the map, cross-referencing with the sun's position and the slope of the land. The sense of isolation was absolute, a crushing weight that pressed in on me from all sides. Then I saw it, the first sign, not the symbol, but something equally unsettling. Carved into the bark of an ancient oak just off the indistinct path were deep, deliberate gouges. They were old, partially healed, but unmistakably the work of something sharp and powerful, not initials, not a hunter's mark. These were wide, shallow grooves, as if something had scraped its way up the trunk. My mind instantly went to the scratches on the roof. I touched the rough bark, a shiver running down my spine. This wasn't a random animal, this was deliberate, a marker perhaps, a way for it to navigate its territory. I pressed on, my fear now mingled with a desperate urgency. I was getting closer. The forest grew even denser, the silence more profound, broken only by the crunch of my own footsteps. The trees here were ancient, their roots gnarled and thick, snaking across the forest floor like slumbering serpents. Suddenly I stopped dead. There on the side of a moss-covered boulder, barely visible beneath a tangle of ivy, was another carving. This one was smaller, more intricate. It was the swirling symbol, unmistakable. The same mark from the footprints, the roof, the effigy. My breath hitched. It was a waypoint. I was definitely on the right track. The creature wasn't just an inhabitant of this forest. It was ingrained in its very fabric, its marks etched into the ancient landscape. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the familiar sensation of being watched. I spun around, clutching the log, my eyes frantically scanning the dense undergrowth. The shadows here were long and deep, even at midday, making it impossible to see clearly. The feeling was overwhelming, a heavy, silent presence. I stood frozen, waiting, listening. Nothing, only the forest sounds, the wind, the rustling leaves, the distant caw of a crow. But the feeling persisted, a cold, unblinking gaze fixed on me. It was here, it was always here. The sunlight might keep it at bay, but it didn't drive it away. I forced myself to move, to continue. I couldn't afford to freeze up. The Devil's Tooth was close, I could feel it. The terrain was starting to change, rising gradually. I was climbing towards something. The air grew heavy with a strange, almost electric tension. The trees gave way slightly, revealing a narrow, winding path that seemed to have been worn smooth over centuries, not by hikers but by something else. This wasn't a trail, it was a pilgrimage route. And then I saw it, through a gap in the trees, a colossal, jagged silhouette against the perpetually overcast sky. The Devil's Tooth. It was a massive, weathered rock formation, a towering monolith of dark, ancient stone that rose abruptly from the forest floor, piercing the canopy like a broken, fossilized fang. It was far larger, more imposing, than I could have imagined from the small mark on the map. As I drew closer, the ground around the monolith became unnaturally clear. The trees receded, forming a wide, barren clearing around its base. No moss, no undergrowth, just dark, exposed earth. It felt like a wound in the forest. And scattered around the base of the tooth were more rocks, smaller, irregularly shaped, arranged in a crude, ancient circle. These were the ancient stones. My heart pounded, a drum against my ribs. I had found them. I cautiously approached the clearing, my eyes darting between the trees and the stone circle. The silence here was absolute, deeper than anything I had experienced in the cabin. It was a suffocating silence, a sacred, terrifying stillness. As I stepped onto the barren earth, a wave of cold permeated me, not from the air but from the very ground. It was an oppressive feeling, a sense of immense, ancient power, dark and malevolent. My gaze fell upon the smaller stones. They weren't just randomly placed. Each one was roughly carved, resembling crude, stylized heads or figures, their features weathered and eroded by time but still unsettlingly discernible. And on the flat surface of the central, largest stone there it was, a gigantic version of the swirling symbol, deeply carved into the stone, its lines still sharp as if recently refreshed. This wasn't just a natural landmark. This was a site of worship, a place of ritual. And then I saw the offerings. Arranged neatly on the central stone around the swirling symbol were a collection of objects. They weren't grand or elaborate. They were small personal items. A tarnished silver locket, its chain broken. A child's wooden toy soldier missing an arm. A single faded leather-bound diary, its pages brittle. A pair of old wire-rimmed spectacles. And a small, intricately carved wooden bird. My blood ran cold. These weren't random, discarded items. These were keepsakes, cherished possessions. They felt deeply personal, imbued with the memories of their owners. They were offerings. But to what? And what had happened to the people who left them? My eyes scanned the ground around the circle. And there, tucked into a crevice in one of the smaller, figure-like stones, was a familiar object. A small, crudely carved wooden effigy, just like the one I'd found in the crawl space. Its elongated limbs, its featureless face, its pinprick eyes, and the same swirling symbol etched into its chest. This creature wasn't just driving people away. It was collecting them, or at least their memories, their essences. The offerings were a testament to its power, a chilling trophy cabinet. I felt a sudden, profound dizziness. The cold permeated my bones, making my teeth chatter. The air seemed to press in on me, suffocating me with its ancient dread. I felt a whisper brush against my mind, faint but insidious, trying to pry open the fragile doors of my sanity. Join us, forget, there is peace here. I recoiled, shaking my head violently, trying to clear the invading thoughts. No, I wouldn't let it in. I wouldn't become another offering. As I stumbled backward, my foot caught on something. I pitched forward, dropping the log and backpack, my hands scraping against the rough earth. My eyes, wide with panic, darted to what I had tripped over. It was a skeleton. Not a full skeleton, just a few scattered bones, bleached white and brittle with age, partially covered by leaves and dirt. A human femur, a fragment of a rib cage, and a small, cracked skull, its empty eye sockets staring up at the perpetually dark sky above the clearing. A scream tore through me, raw and desperate. This was it. This was the terrifying culmination of the guestbook entries, the chilling fate of those who didn't escape. These weren't just offerings, they were sacrifices. This creature wasn't just a tormentor, it was a killer. And it had been doing this for decades, luring solitary individuals to this isolated cabin, slowly breaking their minds and then bringing them here to the Devil's Tooth. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I wasn't just an object of its game, I was its next meal, its next offering. I scrambled back, desperate to get away, to put distance between myself and the horror of the ancient stones and the scattered bones. My hands fumbled for the dropped log, my backpack. I had to get out. Now. As I turned to flee, a cold, rasping voice, barely a whisper, yet resonating with impossible clarity, spoke my name. Zero. It was coming from behind me, from the edge of the clearing where the deepest shadows pooled. I spun around, heart leaping into my throat, and there it was. It stood at the very edge of the tree line, partially hidden by the thick trunks, a creature of nightmare. It was impossibly tall, easily twice my height, and unnaturally slender, almost skeletal, yet radiating immense power. Its limbs were long, spindly, ending in hands that were too large, too rough, with what looked like thick, dark claws. Its body was covered in a dull, mottled skin, like petrified bark, with patches of dark red, almost crimson, where the skin seemed raw or scarred. Its head was small, almost disproportionate to its towering body, and strangely elongated, devoid of hair. It had no discernible nose or ears, just a wide, lipless maw that seemed to stretch unnaturally, revealing rows of small, needle-sharp teeth. But its eyes were the worst. They were not reflective or shiny, but deep, dark pools like obsidian, glinting with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. They seemed to absorb the dim light, offering no hint of pupil or iris, just an endless, terrifying void. And it was holding something. Dangling from one of its long, clawed fingers, swaying gently in the unseen breeze, was a small, familiar object. My phone. The useless phone I had tucked into my backpack. It had taken it. How, when? I hadn't even felt it. It had been right behind me, silent, waiting, watching. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me, paralyzing me. This wasn't a shadow, a figment of my imagination. This was real. This was the tick-tock man, the tall shadow, the long arm, flash of red. It was the thing that whispered, that scratched, that growled, and it was here. It was looking at me, its dark, fathomless eyes boring into my soul. The sun, high above, felt utterly useless here in the shadowed clearing. It couldn't reach this thing, couldn't touch it. The creature tilted its head, a slow, deliberate movement that was unsettling in its unnaturalness. Its lipless mouth stretched further, not in a smile, but in something far more chilling, like a slow, deliberate tearing of flesh. You came, the voice was a dry, rustling whisper, but it echoed directly in my mind, cold and ancient, sending shivers down my spine, as they all do. It took a slow, deliberate step forward, then another, emerging from the deep shadows, its towering form casting an even longer, darker shadow across the clearing, across the bones, across the offerings. I stumbled backward, tripping again, falling to my knees, scraping my hands raw on the jagged stones. The heavy log lay forgotten beside me. All I could do was stare, mesmerized by the horror advancing towards me. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, but my body wouldn't obey. I was frozen, trapped in a waking nightmare. This was it. The game was over. I was the next offering. But then, as it took another step, I saw something. A brief, almost imperceptible flicker in its obsidian eyes, a brief hesitation. And it was looking not at me, but at the small, battery-powered lantern still clutched in my trembling hand. It was dim, its batteries almost dead from the previous night, but it was still on. The light, it hates the light, the sun, not the lamps, the real sun. John Dee's words echoed in my mind, clear and sharp. Not the ambient light, not the filtered sun, direct light, intense light. A desperate, insane thought flashed through my mind. It was a long shot, a crazy gamble, but I had nothing left to lose. With a primal scream of defiance, a sound ripped from the depths of my soul, I leaped to my feet. I didn't grab the log. I didn't reach for the frying pan. Instead, I fumbled with the backpack, tearing open the flap. My fingers closed around something cold and metallic. My spare emergency flare. I'd brought it from my car, tucked away and forgotten until this moment. It was meant for signaling, for attracting help. But now it was my only weapon. The creature paused, its lipless mouth stretching wider as if in silent amusement at my pathetic struggle. It took another slow, deliberate step. I fumbled with the cap, my fingers clumsy with adrenaline. It was a bright red cylinder designed to ignite with a twist. I had never used one before. My heart pounded against my ribs, a desperate drum. The creature was closer now, its towering shadow falling over me. I could smell the faint, metallic scent emanating from its skin, a smell of decay and something sickly sweet. With a grunt of effort, I twisted the cap. There was a click, a hiss, nothing, my hands shook. I twisted again, harder. Click, hiss, and then with a startling whoosh, a blinding, incandescent red light exploded from the flare, spewing sparks and smoke, radiating an intense heat. The clearing was instantly bathed in a pulsating crimson glow, cutting through the oppressive shadows. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The creature stopped dead, recoiling violently. It let out a sound, not a growl, but a high-pitched, guttural shriek that ripped through the air, piercing my eardrums. Its long, spindly arms shot up, shielding its small, dark head, its body twisting away from the brilliant light. It recoiled again, taking several quick, jerky steps backward, away from the flare's intense glare. The crimson light illuminated its mottled, bark-like skin, making the dark red patches seem to pulse with an unholy glow. Its movements were frantic, almost pained. The light, it hates the light, I screamed the words, a desperate, triumphant cry. I held the flare out in front of me, pointing it directly at the retreating creature. The light was blinding, searing my own eyes, but I didn't care. The creature continued to retreat, its shriek echoing through the silent forest, a sound of pure agony. It stumbled, almost fell, its long limbs flailing awkwardly. It was retreating back into the dense shadows, back towards the tree line, away from the clearing. The phone dropped from its clawed hand, falling to the barren earth with a small thud. I kept the flare steady, my arm aching, my body trembling, but a fierce, desperate resolve burning within me. The creature was still shrieking, a terrible, rending sound as it vanished into the deeper, impenetrable darkness of the woods. The clearing was once again silent, save for the crackling hiss of the flare and my own ragged breathing. The terrifying, pulsating red light danced across the ancient stones, the scattered bones, the offerings. I stood there panting, adrenaline coursing through my veins, the intense heat of the flare a searing comfort in my hand. It was gone, for now, it had retreated. But the flare wouldn't last forever. I glanced at the small, discarded phone on the ground, useless but a symbol of what it had taken and what I had reclaimed. I had found its weakness, but I was still miles from the cabin, in the heart of its territory, surrounded by its grisly trophies, and night would come again. I had to get back to the cabin. I had to barricade myself in, gather every light source I had, and figure out a way to escape this forest, this trap, before the flare died and the creature returned, emboldened by the darkness. The game wasn't over, but I had just found a way to level the playing field. For the first time since coming to this cabin, I felt a flicker of hope, a desperate, fragile hope. I picked up the discarded phone, pocketing it. Then, grabbing my backpack and the heavy log, I turned and ran. I didn't look back at the devil's tooth, at the ancient stones, at the bones. I ran back along the faint trail, the flare held high, its brilliant red light cutting a path through the darkening forest, my only shield against the ancient horror that lurked in the shadows. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed myself harder. I had to reach the cabin before the flare sputtered out. I had bought myself time, but not much. The creature was out there, wounded, enraged, and waiting. And I knew with a chilling certainty that it wouldn't make the same mistake twice. It would come back, and it would be even more cunning, more determined. The sun was already dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples as I burst out of the tree line and onto the main path. The last golden rays glinted off the cabin in the distance, a beacon of fragile hope. But even as I ran, I could feel the cold, knowing gaze of the forest on my back. The night was coming, and with it the hunter. My lungs burned, each breath a searing gasp in the cold twilight air. The emergency flare in my hand, once a beacon of defiant crimson, was already dimming, its vibrant glow fading to sickly orange. Sparks still sputtered, but the intense heat was receding and the acrid smell of spent chemicals filled the air. I ran, my legs pumping, fueled by a terror that was both fresh and ancient. The cabin, a tiny square of fading yellow light in the distance, felt miles away, unreachable. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig underfoot sent a jolt of ice through my veins. I didn't dare look back, but I felt its presence, a cold, unblinking gaze fixed on my retreating form. The creature was out there, wounded, enraged. I had seen its eyes, those pits of obsidian malevolence, and I knew it would not forget. It would be coming, and the night was falling fast. The last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the forest into a deeper, more immediate gloom. The flare flickered, its light now barely stronger than my weak lantern. Panic clawed at my throat. I pushed harder, my body screaming in protest, ignoring the scrapes and bruises from my fall at the devil's tooth. The image of the scattered bones, the offerings, the creature's towering, skeletal form replayed in my mind, an endless loop of horror. I burst out of the tree line and onto the familiar main path, the cabin now agonizingly close. My vision was blurring, my muscles screaming. The flare chose that moment to sputter one last time, shrinking into a tiny ember before winking out completely, leaving me in near total darkness. Only the faint, pathetic glow of my battery-powered lantern, still clipped to my backpack, offered any light. The sudden plunge into darkness was a physical blow. I stumbled, my heart leaping into my throat. The forest instantly felt more oppressive, the shadows alive with unseen threats. I could almost hear the creature's dry, raspy whisper, felt its presence closing in. Run, my mind screamed, run. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I sprinted across the clearing. The porch felt like a haven, however temporary. I fumbled for the front door, my hands shaking so violently I almost couldn't unbar it. The heavy dining table, still partially blocking the doorway, groaned as I shoved it aside, creating a narrow gap. I squeezed through, slamming the door shut and sliding the heavy bolts home with a frantic clatter. I leaned against the door, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably. My chest heaved, my throat raw. The darkness outside pressed against the windows, a tangible, malevolent force. I was back inside, safe for now. The cabin's interior, lit by the flickering gas lamp and the few battery lanterns, seemed like a sanctuary, a fragile bubble of light against the encroaching night. But the security was an illusion, I knew that now. It was a temporary reprieve, not a lasting escape. I immediately went to work reinforcing the barricades. My hands, still raw from my fall, moved with renewed urgency. The dining table was shoved back into place, even heavier pieces of furniture dragged against the door. Every window was checked, every piece of wood or cloth wedged tighter. I used the old bed frame from the spare room, breaking it down to brace the front door even further. My movements were clumsy, driven by sheer terror and a desperate need to feel secure. As I worked, my mind raced, replaying the confrontation at the devil's tooth. The creature, its terrifying appearance, its raw physical form, and its weakness, intense direct light. John Dee's words, not the lamps, the real sun, had been a crucial clue. The flare had proven it. The gas lamp, bright as it was, wouldn't be enough. My small battery lanterns were even less so. I needed more light, more heat, more defiance. My gaze fell on the fireplace. The roaring blaze, which I had stoked before leaving, was still throwing out a comforting heat and light, Fire, that was a real light source, a powerful one. I needed more wood, a lot more. The thought of going back outside was unbearable, but I had to. Not tonight, not in this impenetrable darkness, but tomorrow. I would dedicate the entire day to gathering every single log, every scrap of burnable wood I could find around the cabin. I would create a fortress of fire. But tonight I had to survive with what I had. I dragged all the remaining dry logs from the small pile I'd brought in earlier and stacked them beside the hearth. I fed the fire, making it roar even higher, chasing the shadows from the corners of the living room. I lit the old kerosene lamp I found in the kitchen cupboard, adding its golden glow to the arsenal. The cabin was brighter than it had ever been, a defiant beacon against the hungry darkness. I also retrieved my backpack and the discarded phone. It was still useless, no signal, but holding it felt like a small victory. It had been a trophy for the creature, and I had taken it back. It was a symbol of my refusal to become another offering. My body was aching, every muscle protesting, but sleep was a dangerous luxury I couldn't afford. I huddled by the fireplace, the heavy log and cast iron pan beside me, my eyes constantly scanning the room, my ears strained for any sound from outside. The adrenaline was slowly receding, leaving me drained, but the hypervigilance remained. The night stretched out, long and oppressive. The silence outside was almost more terrifying than any noise. It was the silence of a predator, patient and cunning, waiting for its moment. I kept feeding the fire, watching the flames dance, a mesmerizing, hypnotic ballet against the terror. Around what I guessed was past midnight, a sound finally broke the suffocating quiet. It wasn't the thumping on the wall or the scratching on the roof this time. It was subtle, almost imperceptible at first. A faint, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across the damp earth. It came from the front of the cabin near the porch. My breath hitched, my hand clamped around the heavy log, my knuckles white. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source. The dragging sound moved slowly, deliberately around the perimeter of the cabin. It wasn't trying to hide its presence, it was announcing it. The sound stopped directly outside the living room window, where the heaviest barricade of stacked firewood and furniture stood. Then came a series of soft, tapping noises, not violent thumps, but slow, rhythmic taps against the wood covering the window. Tappy, tap, tap. It sounded almost investigative, like slender fingers exploring the defenses. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just brute force anymore. It was testing, learning. It knew about my light. It knew I had fought back. Now it was curious, cunning. The tapping continued for what felt like an eternity, a slow, methodical rhythm designed to fray my nerves. I imagined its small, obsidian eyes peering through the gaps in the wood, its lipless mouth stretched in that chilling, silent smile. It was playing with me, tormenting me. Then the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, pregnant with expectation. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. What was it doing now? A low, guttural growl rumbled through the floorboards again. This time it wasn't just a warning. It was deeper, more resonant, vibrating through the very foundations of the cabin. It was directly beneath me in the crawl space where the trapdoor lay. It was mocking me. It had known I'd discovered its lair. It was letting me know it was still there, still a part of this place. The growl subsided, replaced by another sound, a faint, almost melodic humming. It was low, mournful, and ancient, a song of the forest weaving its way into my mind, and with it the whispers returned. Zero. My name stretched and distorted, interwoven with the eerie humming. It was coming from everywhere now, from the floorboards, from the walls, from the very air. It was in my head, insidious and chilling. You are alone, so far from help, no one will find you. Give up, join us. Forget them, forget your sister, forget your life. This is your home now. This is where you belong. The whispers twisted my thoughts, trying to plant seeds of despair, of resignation. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against my ears, but it was useless. The sound resonated directly in my skull, bypassing my eardrums. I fought it, tears streaming down my face. I pictured Sarah's face, her bright smile, her warm embrace. I thought of our shared memories, our childhood, the life waiting for me outside this nightmare. No, I screamed silently. No, I won't forget. I stumbled towards the hearth, grabbing another heavy log. The fire, the light, John Dee's words. I shoved the log into the flames, making them leap higher, brighter. I grabbed the gas lamp, its light the most intense, and shone it around the room, towards the walls, towards the ceiling. The humming faltered, the whispers thinned, becoming more distant, less potent. The psychological attack was weakening under the increased light. I kept the gas lamp raised, sweeping its beam across the room, focusing on every shadow, every dark corner. The fire roared, a defiant symphony against the encroaching darkness. I stood there, panting, my body rigid, refusing to yield. The whispers finally faded, replaced by the profound silence of the cabin. The battle for my mind had been won for now, but the exhaustion was absolute. My head throbbed, my eyes burned. The night seemed endless. I spent the rest of the hours before dawn feeding the fire, keeping the light bright, constantly vigilant. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside sent a jolt of fear through me, but I held on, I survived. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to paint the sky, a profound sense of relief washed over me. The light was returning, the world was slowly awakening. The creature, sensing the shift, had retreated. Its presence, which had been a heavy cloak of dread throughout the night, slowly receded, leaving behind a lingering chill. I collapsed into the chair, utterly spent. My muscles ached, my eyes burned, and my mind felt like a raw, exposed nerve. But I was alive. I had survived another night, and I had learned more. It was intelligent, cunning, and could manipulate minds, but its weakness to intense light remained. The daylight was a reprieve, a precious window of opportunity. I had to make the most of it. I had to act, not just react. My plan to gather more firewood was solidified. I also needed a plan to escape. I spread the map on the table again, my eyes tracing the faint trails. The Devil's Tooth was clearly marked now in my mind as a site of horror. What else could the forest hold? The old quarry, the natural spring, were these just geographical features, or did they hold more significance? The guest book, I reread Lisa T's final, almost indecipherable entry. It showed me the path, the ancient stones, the offerings. She hadn't mentioned what the offerings were for or why the creature demanded them. Was it sustenance, a form of dark magic? I also thought about John Dee's entry again, the one about the light. Not the lamps, the real sun. The flare had been powerful, but the sun itself was the ultimate light source. If I could get to safety during the day, I might stand a chance. But what about my car? It was still out there, tampered with, a potential trap. I couldn't risk it without knowing what was wrong with it. My mind started working on possibilities. The creature clearly had a territory extending to the Devil's Tooth, but how far did that territory go? Was there a boundary, a way out of its influence? I needed to scout, to explore, but not as recklessly as I had the day before. I needed to be prepared. I needed more flares or something similar. I thought about the cabin itself. It was old but sturdy. Could there be anything else hidden here? A previous occupant might have left something, a tool, a forgotten weapon, another clue. My gaze fell on the small, built-in cupboard above the fireplace, which I had barely glanced at since arriving. It was old, dusty, usually used for storing candles or matches. I stood up, my body protesting with every movement, and reached for the latch. It was stiff, but it opened with a creak. Inside, nestled amongst cobwebs, were a few items: a small, tarnished brass compass, a coil of old, stiff rope, a box of long, slender matches, and a heavy, antique revolver. My breath hitched. A revolver. It was old, its metal dulled with age, but it felt solid, real in my hand. My heart leaped with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. It had clearly been here for years, probably left by a previous owner or hunter. I checked the cylinder. It was empty. My hope plummeted. But then, tucked beneath the revolver, I found a small leather pouch. Inside, nestled among a few dried leaves, were 3 rounds of ammunition. Old, but possibly still viable. A gun, ammunition, this was a game changer. It wasn't a flare, but it was a weapon that could inflict real damage, a loud, powerful deterrent. If the creature was physical, it could bleed. If it could bleed, it could die. My hands trembled as I loaded the 3 rounds into the revolver's cylinder. The click of each bullet sliding into place was a profound sound, resonating with a grim determination. It wasn't much, but it was more than I'd had before. It was a tangible means of self-defense. I placed the loaded revolver beside the log in the pan, completing my arsenal. The compass might be useful if I got lost. The rope, I wasn't sure how, but it might come in handy. My plan for the day solidified. First, gather every piece of wood I could find around the cabin, creating a massive pile for the fireplace. Second, systematically search the cabin for anything else useful, any more clues. And third, mentally prepare for the next night, knowing I had a new, powerful, but limited defense. As the sun climbed higher, bathing the forest in its comforting, albeit deceptive glow, I forced myself to eat a few energy bars, wash down some water, and prepare for my first task. Going outside again was terrifying, but less so with the revolver tucked into my waistband, concealed by my jacket. I unbarred the door, leaving the dining table barricade in place, and slipped out. The air was crisp, the forest seemingly peaceful, but I knew better. I kept the revolver close, my hand hovering over the grip, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. I started by gathering the wood I had dropped yesterday, quickly piling it into my arms and bringing it inside. Then I began to range a little further, but never out of sight of the cabin. I grabbed every fallen branch, every dry log, dragging them back to the porch. It was slow, back-breaking work, but I was driven by a grim determination. As I worked, I kept an eye on the tree line. The feeling of being watched was less intense in the direct sunlight, but it was still there, a constant prickle on the back of my neck. I knew the creature was out there, recuperating, waiting for nightfall. I could almost hear its silent, predatory thoughts. I spent hours gathering wood, creating a mountain of logs beside the fireplace. My hands were blistered, my back ached, but the growing pile of fuel was a source of grim satisfaction. Tonight, the cabin would be a fortress of fire and light. After bringing in the last load, I carefully rebarricaded the door, making it even more secure. Then I began my systematic search of the cabin. I checked every cupboard, every drawer, every nook and cranny. Most were empty or held mundane items, old linens, dusty canned goods, forgotten cleaning supplies. In the bedroom, under a loose floorboard near the bed, I found an old leather-bound journal. It was brittle with age, its pages yellowed. It wasn't the guest book. This looked like a personal diary. My heart pounded. Could this be from one of the previous occupants? A more detailed account, perhaps. I carefully opened it. The handwriting was neat, elegant, but faded. May 12, 1978. Arrived at the retreat today. Such peace, such quiet, exactly what I needed after everything. The air here is pure. I feel lighter already. The entry was unsigned, but the date placed it long before any of the guestbook entries I had focused on. I flipped through the pages, reading quickly, looking for anything out of the ordinary. May 20th, 1978. The quiet is deeper than I thought, almost oppressive. I've started hearing things at night, whispers very faint, probably just the wind or my mind playing tricks. May 25th, 1978. The whispers are more constant, not just wind. They speak a language I don't understand, but I feel their meaning. They tell me to stay. They tell me I am safe here, but I don't feel safe. June 1st, 1978. I saw it, just a glimpse at the edge of the woods, a tall, thin shape, gone before I could get a proper look. My heart is pounding. I need to leave, but I feel heavy. It's hard to make myself move. June 5th, 1978. The dreams are vivid now, horrifying. It shows me images of ancient rituals, of sacrifice, of a great hunger in the earth. It wants something. It's trying to make me understand. It wants me to forget. June 10th, 1978. I found the marks carved into the old oak by the stream, the swirling symbol. I saw it in my dreams. It means a path to the tooth, to the offering. It wants me to go. It wants me to make an offering. June 12th, 1978. I am so tired, so very tired. The whispers are constant. They show me the path. The ancient stones. It wants me to bring something precious. I have nothing left, except my mother's locket. It was all I had left of her. June 13th, 1978. I'm going to the tooth. I feel compelled. It will be over soon. Peace, forget. The hunger will be sated. I will finally belong. The last entry was dated June 13th, 1978. The very next page was blank. My hands trembled, the journal almost slipping from my grasp. The silver locket. It had been one of the offerings at the Devil's Tooth. This journal belonged to the person who had left it. It was a first-hand account, a chilling, step-by-step descent into madness and sacrifice. This wasn't just a place of terror. It was a place of ritualistic sacrifice spanning decades. The creature wasn't just a hunter. It was a deity, a hungry entity demanding tribute. And it preyed on the vulnerable, on those seeking peace and solitude, slowly corrupting their minds until they willingly walked to their deaths. The journal confirmed my deepest fears. The creature's power wasn't just physical, it was deeply psychological, ancient, and utterly horrifying. It wanted people to belong. It wanted them to forget their pasts, their identities, before offering themselves. I thought of the effigy in the crawl space, the one at the Devil's Tooth. They weren't just carvings, they were idols, idols of it, and the swirling symbol was its mark, its sigil. I had to understand the hunger. What exactly was it? What did it gain from these sacrifices? Was it power, sustenance? I kept searching the bedroom, desperate for any more clues. Under the mattress, I found a small, locked wooden box. I shook it gently. Something rattled inside. My fingers closed around the old brass compass I'd found in the fireplace cupboard. The key to the box was tucked into its underside. With trembling hands, I unlocked the box. Inside, on a bed of faded velvet, lay a small, beautifully carved wooden bird. The same kind of wooden bird that was among the offerings at the Devil's Tooth. And beneath the bird, a stack of old, yellowed photographs. I picked one up. It was a sepia-toned image of a young woman, smiling, holding the very same wooden bird. Her eyes were bright, full of life. She looked familiar. Then it hit me, her face. I had seen it before, in the journal. This was the journal's author, the woman who had left her mother's locket. This was her wooden bird. My stomach twisted with a fresh wave of nausea. The creature wasn't just taking their offerings, it was collecting their items, their most precious possessions as trophies. It wasn't just eating their bodies, it was consuming their very identities, their memories. The wooden bird, the locket, the spectacles, the toy soldier, each was a memento of a lost soul, a victim. This discovery was far more horrifying than anything I had imagined. It wasn't just a monster, it was a collector of souls, a thief of identity. I slammed the box shut, the clatter echoing in the silent room. My mind reeled. The creature sought not just physical sacrifice, but total obliteration of the self. This cabin was not just a trap, it was a factory of despair designed to break spirits and collect their remnants. The sun began its slow descent towards the horizon, casting long, unsettling shadows through the windows. The precious window of daylight was closing. Night was coming again, and this time the creature would be more cunning, more enraged. I returned to the living room, placing the journal and the box on the table. My resolve, which had flickered with the discovery of the revolver, was now burning with a fierce, cold intensity. I would not become another offering. I would not let it consume my identity. I would fight. I lit the fireplace, feeding it logs from the massive pile I had gathered. I lit all the lanterns, the gas lamp, the kerosene lamp, making the cabin blaze with light. My arsenal lay ready, the heavy log, the cast iron pan, and the antique revolver loaded with its 3 precious rounds. The night began with an oppressive silence. No tapping, no growling, no scratching, just an unnerving stillness that pressed in on the cabin, a silent siege. It was waiting, watching, learning. I huddled by the fire, the revolver heavy in my lap, my eyes darting between the windows and the ceiling. My exhaustion was immense, but fear kept me awake, every nerve ending screaming. Around what felt like the deep hours of the night, a new sound began. It was subtle, almost too quiet to hear. A faint, high-pitched scratching, not on the roof, but in the walls. It sounded like tiny claws scuttling within the very structure of the cabin. It moved from wall to wall, a soft, relentless rustling like hundreds of rats. My stomach twisted. What was it doing? Was it trying to get in through the walls? The sound was maddening, a psychological torture. It was trying to get under my skin, into my head. Then the whispers returned, softer this time, more insidious. They were fragmented like disjointed thoughts, but still targeting my identity, my memories. Who are you, Sarah? Are you truly Sarah? Do you remember her face? Your sister? Is she real or just a dream? I fought back, repeating Sarah's name, her face, our memories, a desperate mantra against the encroaching doubt. I shone the gas lamp towards the walls where the scratching was most intense, but the light had no effect on the internal sounds. The scratching continued, relentless. It felt like the cabin itself was alive, infested with a silent, unseen horror. The whispers, now just a low hum in my mind, tried to erode my sense of self, to make me question my own existence. I gripped the revolver, its cold metal a grounding presence. I had to focus. What was it doing with the scratching? Was it trying to create a weak point, to dismantle the cabin from within? Then the floorboards began to groan, a slow, agonizing creak directly under the living room. The growl, when it came, was low, almost a purr, filled with malevolent amusement. It was in the crawl space again. It wasn't attacking the walls, it was attacking the foundations. My eyes darted to the trapdoor. The scraping intensified under the floorboards, a frantic, digging sound. It was trying to get in, to emerge from beneath me. I aimed the revolver at the trapdoor, my hands trembling. 3 rounds, that was all I had. Could they stop something so ancient, so powerful? The scraping grew louder, more frantic, a sound of wood tearing, of earth being disturbed. The faint, sickly sweet metallic smell wafted up through the cracks in the floorboards, growing stronger, more oppressive. I squeezed my eyes shut, taking a ragged breath. No, not this way. I wouldn't let it corner me. I wouldn't let it emerge from beneath my feet. With a desperate cry, I flung myself towards the fireplace. I grabbed one of the heavy cast-iron fire irons, ignoring the heat. It was long, pointed. As the scratching and tearing underneath the floorboards reached a crescendo, I plunged the fire iron into a crack in the old wooden floorboards, directly over where the sounds were coming from. I pushed down hard with all my weight, trying to pierce through the wood, to jab at whatever was beneath. There was a guttural shriek, a sound of raw pain that reverberated through the cabin, shaking the very foundations. The scraping stopped instantly. The growling turned into a high-pitched, agonized wail. I pulled the fire iron out, a splintered piece of wood clinging to its tip. The smell of decay and something else, something acrid and sickly, filled the air. The wail continued, diminishing into a retreating groan, fading into the deeper recesses of the crawl space. Silence, a profound, aching silence. I stood there panting, the fire iron clutched in my trembling hand. I had hit it, I had hurt it. The revolver remained unfired, but I had used the cabin's own tools against it. My chest heaved, adrenaline surged through me. It had tried a new tactic, a more insidious approach, and I had repelled it, but the experience had been harrowing. The psychological torment, the feeling of the cabin itself being under attack, it was designed to break me. The rest of the night passed in a tense, watchful vigil. The creature remained silent, its pain-filled wail echoing in my memory, but I knew it hadn't left. It was merely regrouping, nursing its wounds, plotting its next move. As dawn finally broke, painting the eastern sky with fragile hues of rose and gold, I felt a new exhaustion, deeper and more profound than before. But there was also a fierce resolve. I was fighting back, and I was hurting it. My new plan formed in my mind. The creature feared intense light, it was vulnerable physically, and it collected offerings at the devil's tooth. I had to use the day not just for defense but for offense. I had to find a way to get out of its territory, and I had a weapon. The compass, the rope, the revolver, the journal, the map. Everything I had gathered, everything I had learned had to come together. I spread the map out again, my eyes tracing the lines. The devil's tooth was miles to the east. The main road was miles to the west. My car was broken out there somewhere. What if there was another way out, another path, a river or a major stream on the map that might lead out of this cursed forest? My finger traced a small, winding blue line on the map. It indicated a narrow stream that flowed through the forest, eventually feeding into a larger river. It ran roughly north-south, passing closer to the cabin than the main road. Could I follow it? Could I build a makeshift raft? It sounded desperate, insane. But what other options did I have? I looked at the journal again. The author had mentioned the old oak by the stream. Was it the stream? Could there be more clues along its banks? More of the creature's markings, or perhaps a way to escape its territory? My new mission was clear. Today I would venture to the stream. I would follow its course, looking for any signs, any path, any way out. And I would do it armed. I would do it during the brightest hours of the day. I ate a meager breakfast, forcing down the last of my energy bars. I drank as much water as I could. I packed my backpack, my battery lantern, the compass, the rope, the journal, and the precious revolver. I checked its load, 2 rounds left. One was gone. My aim had been true. My heart hammered with a desperate resolve. This was the day. This was my chance. I would either find a way out or I would face the creature head-on, fighting for my life. I slipped out of the cabin, the sun already high in the sky, a searing, defiant shield against the shadows. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I knew it was out there, waiting. But this time I was ready, I was armed, and I was going to fight my way out of this nightmare. The game had reached its decisive turn, and I, Sarah, would not be the next offering. The sun, a glorious orb in the cerulean sky, felt like a personal shield as I stepped out of the cabin. Its warmth kissed my face, a stark contrast to the icy dread that still lingered in my bones from the harrowing night. The forest, bathed in a deceptive golden glow, seemed to hold its breath, waiting. My hand instinctively sought the cold, reassuring weight of the antique revolver tucked into my waistband, its 2 remaining rounds a fragile promise of defense. The heavy log and cast iron pan, my initial primitive weapons, were now back in the cabin, replaced by the lethal potential of the gun. My backpack felt lighter, packed only with essentials: the map, the compass, the rope, the journal, and my dwindling energy bars and water. My new objective was clear: the stream. The winding blue line on the topographical map that promised a path, a lifeline out of this cursed territory. I knew the creature was out there, nursing its wounds, its malevolent intelligence sharpening its focus on me. But this time I wouldn't be a panicked victim, I was a fighter. The path to the stream was less defined than the one to the Devil's Tooth, a mere suggestion of a trail through denser undergrowth. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert, my eyes constantly sweeping the tree line, searching for any flicker of movement, any unnatural shadow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, but occasionally a faint metallic tang like old blood and something sickly sweet would waft on the breeze, a chilling reminder of the creature's presence. I walked for what felt like an hour, the forest growing wilder, more untamed. The trees were ancient, their branches gnarled and heavy with moss, filtering the sunlight into shifting patterns on the forest floor. The silence was profound, broken only by the crunch of my own footsteps and the distant, mournful call of a bird. Then I heard it, the gentle murmur of water. My heart leaped with a desperate surge of hope. I pushed through a curtain of thick ferns and thorny bushes, and there it was, a narrow, winding stream, its waters clear and sparkling over smooth, moss-covered stones. It wasn't wide, perhaps 10 feet across at its broadest points, but it flowed steadily, its current a constant, reassuring hum. I knelt by the bank, letting the cool water wash over my scraped hands, a small luxury in this nightmare. As I looked up, my gaze fell upon an ancient oak, its massive roots gripping the bank like a many-fingered hand. And there, carved into its gnarled bark, was the familiar swirling symbol, just as the journal's author had described, the old oak by the stream. This was the right stream. This was another marker in its territory. A chill ran down my spine, despite the warmth of the sun. The creature used these markers to guide its victims, to weave them into its ritualistic web, but perhaps they could also guide me out. If I followed the stream, if I could find a boundary where its influence faded, I might find a way to escape. I began to follow the stream's course, heading downstream as indicated by the map, hoping it would lead me away from the core of the creature's territory towards a larger river system and eventually civilization. The terrain was challenging. The banks were often steep and overgrown, forcing me to navigate rocky ledges or scramble through thickets. The sound of the flowing water, however, was a constant, soothing presence, drowning out the oppressive silence of the deeper forest. As I ventured further, the carvings became more frequent, not just on the old oaks, but on smooth boulders etched into exposed rock faces, even scored into the dry mud of the banks. They were more than just markers, they were talismans imbued with the creature's power, like a vast invisible net cast over the land. I could almost feel the weight of its gaze, even though the direct sunlight seemed to keep it at bay. It was a silent battle of wills, my defiance against its ancient claim. Hours passed, the sun climbed to its zenith and began its slow descent. My legs ached, my throat was parched, and the energy bars were dwindling. I had to find a way out before nightfall or risk being caught in the open, vulnerable. The thought of building a raft seemed increasingly desperate, given the stream's narrowness and rapids in certain sections. My only hope was to find a point where the stream widened, or where a clearer path emerged, leading to a road or habitation. Suddenly, the air grew heavy. The scent of pine was replaced by something damp and stagnant, a pervasive chill that seeped into my bones despite the remaining sun. The stream itself seemed to change, its clear waters darkening, reflecting the ever-thickening canopy above. The trees grew even closer, their branches entwined like skeletal fingers, blocking out most of the sky. My heart began to pound. This felt different, more ominous. Then I saw it. The stream widened into a large, murky pool, its surface choked with dark green algae and fallen leaves. The water here was utterly still, reflecting the gloom of the forest like a dark mirror. And in the center of the pool, rising from the stagnant water, was a jagged, moss-covered rock formation, reminiscent of the devil's tooth but smaller, more grotesque. And on the rock, covered in slime and dripping water, was another carving. The swirling symbol, even larger and more deeply etched than any I had seen. It wasn't a waypoint, it was a focal point. Surrounding the pool, arrayed on the muddy banks, were more crude effigies, dozens of them. Not just the one I'd found in the crawl space or the one at the tooth, but an entire collection. Some were half buried in the mud, others leaned against trees, their featureless faces staring into the murky water. Each had the swirling symbol carved into its chest. They looked like an army of silent, watchful witnesses. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a marker, it was a secondary site, a place of convergence, perhaps even a place where the creature replenished its strength or communed with its victims. The air was thick with a palpable dread, a suffocating weight that pressed in on me from all sides. I could almost hear the collective whispers of the effigies, the echoes of lost souls. Then, from the deep shadows of the trees surrounding the pool, a low, guttural growl rumbled through the air. It was closer than it had ever been in daylight. I spun around, revolver in hand, my eyes frantically scanning the darkness. Nothing, but the growl had been real, and it had come from too many directions at once, seeming to emanate from the very trees themselves. The creature was here, it had anticipated my move. It had known I would follow the stream. This wasn't a random encounter, it was a trap. A horrifying realization dawned on me. The stream, the very path I thought would lead me to freedom, was just another extension of its territory, another part of its elaborate game. It was leading me deeper, not out. The sun, though still in the sky, was barely a distant memory here, its light struggling to pierce the thick canopy. The air grew colder, the shadows lengthening, deepening. Night was coming faster here in this suffocating gloom. I had to get out. I couldn't stay here, surrounded by these silent idols, the stagnant, cursed water. I turned to retrace my steps to go back upstream, but as I did, I heard it again. Not a growl, but a faint, high-pitched scratching coming from behind me now, from the direction I needed to go. It was blocking my escape. My heart hammered against my ribs, a desperate drum. The creature was encircling me. It had learned from my previous escape. It was cutting off my retreat. I had two choices: go further downstream into the unknown, deeper into the creature's sinister territory, or try to fight my way back past whatever lay ahead. With only 2 rounds left in the revolver, neither option seemed viable. I pulled out the map, my trembling fingers tracing the stream's path. Further downstream, the blue line widened slightly, eventually merging with a larger, unnamed river, which then flowed into an even larger body of water, perhaps a lake or a major tributary. It was a long way, days possibly. But it was also away from the cabin, away from the devil's tooth. A new, desperate plan began to form in my mind. If I couldn't outrun it and I couldn't fight it head-on for long, I would have to outsmart it. I needed to go through its territory, not around it. I needed to find the ultimate source of its power or its ultimate weakness and then exploit it. I couldn't go back, I had to go forward. I took a deep, fortifying breath, the stench of damp earth and decay filling my lungs. I gripped the revolver tighter. I would follow the stream deeper into the monster's domain. I would find that larger river. And somehow I would use the water, the current, to escape. As I took my first tentative step downstream, a sudden, blinding flash erupted from the tree line to my left. A brilliant, almost painful red light, accompanied by a deafening whoosh. My heart leaped into my throat. The creature, it was using my own tactics against me. It had found another flare. The light, however, was not directed at me. It was aimed directly at the large, swirling symbol on the rock in the stagnant pool. The powerful crimson glare illuminated the effigies, making their featureless faces seem to glow with an eerie, unholy light. And then a sound I hadn't heard before. A low, guttural roar of what sounded like pure agony, followed by a torrent of angry, guttural snarls. It wasn't human, but it was filled with primal rage and pain. My eyes darted to the source of the roar. There, emerging from the shadows on the opposite side of the pool, was not the creature, but something else entirely. It was smaller, roughly human-sized, but incredibly agile, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. Its skin was also mottled and dark, but its body was far more muscular, less skeletal, almost like a starved, powerful ape. Its head was rounder, with prominent dog-like ears and a snarling muzzle filled with sharp teeth. Its eyes, however, were disturbingly familiar, dark obsidian pools reflecting no light. It was a different creature, a lesser one perhaps, or a minion, and it was writhing in pain under the flare's intense light, trying to shield its face with clawed hands. The flare, clutched in its hand, sputtered and spat, its light illuminating its tormented form. It had evidently tried to ignite it against the symbol on the rock, but the creature had been too close to its own weapon, inadvertently harming itself. I stared, mesmerized by the unfolding horror. This was not the tall, slender monster, but it was clearly related, another manifestation of the forest's malevolence. Then a whisper, colder and more potent than before, resonated directly in my mind. "Fool, you think you are alone. This is my domain, these are my children, and you, Sarah, are a trespasser." The voice was deeper, more resonant than the dry rasp I'd heard before. It was the creature. It was here, not physically visible yet, but its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating blanket of dread. And it had multiple forms, multiple tools. The smaller creature, shrieking in agony, dropped the flare. It landed with a splash in the murky water, hissing as its light was extinguished, plunging the pool into deeper gloom. The minion collapsed to the ground, whimpering, its body convulsing. The brief moment of intense light had broken its cover. I had seen it, and it had given me a new, terrifying piece of information. The creature wasn't alone, it had offspring, servants. I aimed the revolver at the whimpering minion. My finger hovered over the trigger. It was a clear shot, but the whispers in my head intensified. "You waste your strength, it is only one of many. And I am coming, Sarah, I am coming for what is mine." I hesitated. Wasting a precious bullet on a minion might be foolish if the true monster was about to appear. I needed to conserve my ammunition for the real threat. I turned and ran, not back upstream but forward, deeper along the winding path of the stream. The whispers followed me, weaving through the trees, mocking my desperate flight. "Run, little mouse, run to your fate." The forest here was ancient, the trees towering, their roots forming tangled obstacles. The path was uneven, slippery with mud and moss. I stumbled, scraped my knees, but I pushed myself harder, the image of the whimpering minion and the terrifying, unseen presence of the creature spurring me on. The stream widened, its current growing stronger, and the banks became steeper, more treacherous. The light was fading rapidly now, the sun barely a memory above the dense canopy. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I would be caught out here in the open, in the heart of its territory, as night fell. Then a faint shimmer caught my eye. Ahead, through a veil of hanging moss and twisted branches, I saw it, a small, dilapidated lean-to, barely more than a few planks of wood propped against a large boulder. It looked abandoned, forgotten, a ghostly remnant of some long-ago camper or hunter. A desperate surge of hope fueled my last burst of energy. It wasn't much, but it was shelter, it was something. I scrambled towards it, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. As I drew closer, the lean-to came into clearer view. It was more substantial than I first thought, built of thick, weathered logs, its roof covered with bark and thick leaves. A small, rough-hewn wooden door, hinged with rusty metal, hung precariously in its frame. I flung myself at the door, pushing it open with a groan of protesting wood. Inside, it was dark, musty, filled with the scent of damp earth and decay. But it was also enclosed, a temporary haven. I slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind me, wedging it with a heavy branch I found lying on the floor. The darkness was absolute, relieved only by the faint glow of my battery lantern, which I immediately pulled out and switched on, its weak beam casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls. The lean-to was tiny, just big enough for me to sit or lie down. There was no fireplace, no windows, just a single crude opening in the roof that was partially covered by moss and leaves, letting in only a sliver of the fading twilight. I collapsed onto the dirt floor, my body trembling, my heart racing. I was safe for now, but only barely. I was still deep in the creature's territory, and it knew where I was. I pulled out my map again, consulting it by the weak light of the lantern. The lean-to wasn't marked, but based on the stream's winding course, I estimated I was still miles from the point where it met the larger river. I couldn't spend days out here. I needed a way to get out faster. My gaze fell on the rope I had packed. It was old, stiff, but strong. A wild, desperate idea began to form in my mind. What if I could use the stream itself? Not by building a raft, but by creating a kind of makeshift harness, using the rope to navigate the stronger currents, using the water as my escape route. It was dangerous, reckless even, but perhaps my only option. I checked the lean-to for anything else useful. In a small, dirt-filled alcove, I found an old, rusty machete. Its blade was dulled and pitted, but it was still sharp enough to cut through branches or vines. Another weapon, another tool. As night fell completely, the forest outside erupted with sound. Not the growls or scratches of the creature, but the normal sounds of the wild. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the distant howl of what sounded like a wolf. But interwoven with these natural sounds, I could hear it. A low, mournful humming carried on the night wind, subtly different from the whispers, more ancient, more profound. It was a song, a dirge pulling at the edges of my sanity, trying to lull me into a false sense of security, or perhaps a state of despair. The air in the lean-to grew colder, heavier. The metallic smell returned, stronger now, seeping through the cracks in the logs. It was here, it was outside. Then the psychological attack began anew. The whispers were back, insidious and relentless, trying to pry open the fragile doors of my mind. You are lost, so far from help, no one will find you, you are weak. You are alone, give up, Sarah, this is where you belong, join us, forget them, forget your sister, forget your life, let us take your memories, let us give you peace. I clutched the revolver, its cold metal a small anchor in the storm of my mind. I pressed my hands against my ears, but it was useless. The whispers were in my head, insidious and overwhelming. I focused on Sarah's face, on our memories, a desperate mantra against the encroaching doubt. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the whispers. A faint, high-pitched scratching, not on the walls, but on the roof of the lean-to, directly over the small opening. It was the minion, or another one of them. It was trying to get in. I scrambled to my feet, aiming the revolver at the roof. The lantern's weak beam struggled to penetrate the darkness above. The scratching intensified, followed by a low, guttural chittering. It was directly above me, trying to pry open the moss and leaves. I had 2 rounds left. I couldn't waste them on a minion unless absolutely necessary. I grabbed the rusty machete, its weight surprisingly comforting. With a desperate yell, I thrust the blade through the opening in the roof, blindly slashing upwards, aiming for whatever was scratching above. There was a high-pitched shriek of pain, followed by a frantic scrambling sound. The scratching stopped. A few seconds later, a heavy thud landed outside, followed by a series of whimpers and guttural groans, retreating into the darkness. I had hit it again. The machete was a crude weapon, but effective. The whispers in my head momentarily faltered, replaced by a surge of pure rage from the creature. You will regret that, Sarah. The night continued its relentless siege. The whispers returned, more intense, more focused on my sister, on my past, trying to erode my identity. I fought back, silently screaming her name, clinging to every memory. The cold permeated the lean-to, and the metallic stench grew stronger, as if the creature was pressing itself against the outer walls, its invisible presence a heavy weight. I spent the rest of the night huddled in the lean-to, machete and revolver close at hand, fighting off the psychological assault, listening to the mournful humming of the creature and the occasional rustle of its minions outside. Sleep was impossible. Every fiber of my being was screaming with fear and exhaustion. As the first faint streaks of dawn began to appear through the cracks in the logs, a profound sense of relief washed over me. The light was returning. The pressure of the creature's presence began to recede, its humming fading into the deep forest. I stumbled out of the lean-to, blinking in the weak morning light. The forest was silent again, save for the birdsong. I scanned the ground around the lean-to. There were deep claw marks on the logs near the roof opening and a few drops of dark, viscous fluid on the damp earth. It had been hit, it had been injured. My body was aching, every muscle protesting, but my resolve was stronger than ever. I had survived another night. I had fought back, and I had learned that the creature's children were also vulnerable to physical attacks. My plan to use the stream as an escape route now seemed my only viable option. I had to reach the larger river. I would use the machete to clear a path and the rope to navigate the water. I forced myself to eat the last of my energy bars and drink the remaining water. My strength was failing, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't rest. I gathered my gear, the machete, the revolver, still 2 precious rounds, the compass, the journal, and the map. The lean-to, though a temporary shelter, was too dangerous to stay in. I had to move. I began to follow the stream again, heading downstream. The forest was still dense, but the air felt a little lighter, less oppressive as the sun climbed higher. I kept the machete in one hand, using it to hack through thick vines and overgrown bushes, making slow but steady progress. The stream widened as I moved further, its current growing stronger. I found a section where the banks were less steep and the water was shallower, allowing me to wade through. I scanned the surroundings, looking for anything I could use to aid my passage. Then I saw it, not a direct path, but a series of broken-down fishing platforms and rudimentary piers, half submerged in the water, dotting the banks of the increasingly wide stream. They were old, rotten, but their presence indicated that people had once come here, and they suggested that the stream was navigable, at least by small boats. My heart leaped. If there were old fishing platforms, there might be other remnants of human activity, perhaps even a forgotten boat. I pressed on, my hopes rekindled. The current was getting stronger, pulling me along. I used the rope, tying it around my waist and gripping it firmly, letting the water take some of my weight as I navigated the treacherous footing. It was slow, exhausting work, but it was progress. The stream curved sharply, and as I rounded the bend, a vast expanse of water opened up before me. It wasn't just a larger stream, it was a bona fide river, wide and deep, its surface glinting in the sunlight. And on the far bank, visible through a gap in the trees, was a faint, almost invisible track, a dirt road. My breath caught in my throat, a road. It wasn't the main road to the cabin, but it was a sign of civilization, a potential escape route. My gaze swept across the river. It was too wide to swim, too deep to wade. I needed a way across. And there, partially hidden among a tangle of reeds on my side of the bank, was a small, overturned rowboat. It was old, weathered, covered in moss and dirt, but it looked intact. Its single oar lay broken beside it. My heart pounded with a mixture of disbelief and frantic hope. It was a miracle, a boat. I rushed towards it, scrambling through the reeds, my hands shaking as I grabbed the stern. It was heavy, waterlogged, but it could be righted. It could be belayed out. I set to work immediately, pushing and pulling, grunting with effort, trying to flip the boat over. My exhaustion was immense, but the thought of escaping, of reaching that road, fueled me. After several minutes of desperate struggle, I managed to push it into the water, where its buoyancy helped me right it. It was leaking, of course. A slow, steady trickle of water seeped in from a crack in the hull, but it wasn't sinking rapidly. It was salvageable. I used the broken oar, or rather the larger half of it, to scoop water out, bailing frantically. The sun was still high, but already beginning its descent towards the western horizon. I didn't have much time. As I belayed, my eyes darted nervously to the surrounding tree line. I hadn't felt its presence since leaving the lean-to, but I knew it was out there. It was watching, it was waiting. It wouldn't let me escape this easily. Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible sound reached my ears. A soft thump, thumpy thump. It was coming from the river, from upstream. My blood ran cold. I paused my bailing, straining my ears. The sound grew louder, more rhythmic. It wasn't a natural sound. It sounded like something large, heavy, moving through the water purposefully. Panic, sharp and visceral, seized me. It was following me. It had found a way to pursue me on the water. I belayed faster, my hands aching, desperate to get the boat light enough to move. The river was wide, its current strong. I didn't have a proper oar. How would I steer? The thump, thumpy thump was growing steadily louder, closer. I could almost feel the vibrations through the water. Then, around the bend in the river, just where the stream fed into it, I saw it. It was standing in the middle of the river, the water up to its waist, its towering form cutting a stark silhouette against the shimmering surface. The creature, the tall, slender monster, its mottled, bark-like skin gleaming wetly in the fading sunlight. Its long, spindly arms were extended, its clawed hands pushing against the riverbed, propelling itself forward with slow, deliberate strides. Its obsidian eyes were fixed on me, unblinking, unreadable. It wasn't swimming, it was walking. The river was clearly not as deep for it as it was for me. Or perhaps its ability to move through this territory was not bound by the same physical laws as a human. My heart pounded, a frantic drum in my chest. It was coming, and it was moving with a terrifying, unstoppable grace. The whispers flooded my mind, louder now, more urgent, tinged with a predatory amusement. You thought you could escape, Sarah. This is my water. This is my domain. There is no escape. I dropped the broken oar, grabbed the revolver, and aimed it at the approaching creature. My hands trembled, but my resolve was cold and clear. 2 rounds, this was it. The creature took another slow, deliberate step, its head tilted, its lipless maw stretching in that chilling, silent smile. It was barely 100 yards away now. I squeezed the trigger, the gunshot cracked through the air, deafening in its suddenness. The recoil jolted my arm. The bullet struck the creature squarely in the chest, creating a small, dark divot in its mottled skin. It didn't flinch, it didn't react. It simply kept walking, its obsidian eyes still fixed on me, an eerie calm in their depths. My heart sank. It had no effect. The bullets were useless against it, or perhaps its skin was too thick, too resilient. The whispers in my head intensified, filled with mocking laughter. Pathetic, your toys are useless here. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me. The revolver, my last, best hope, was useless. I was trapped. The creature was closer now, its towering shadow falling across the water, growing longer, reaching for my small boat. I could smell the metallic stench, stronger than ever, mingling with the damp scent of the river. I had 1 round left, 1. Then my eyes darted to the large, unnamed river on the map. The compass, the journal, the ancient stones, the devil's tooth, the offerings, the identity theft, the hunger. A desperate, insane thought born of pure terror and a refusal to yield flashed through my mind. It didn't just want my life, it wanted my identity, my memories. It wanted me to forget. I looked at the creature, now less than 50 yards away, its silent approach a prelude to my demise. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't become another offering. I would fight it to the last, even if it meant sacrificing myself in a way it couldn't fully claim. I looked at the bank, at the faint dirt track, so close yet so far. I raised the revolver, not at the creature but at the boat. My mind raced, a whirlwind of desperation and grim determination. If I couldn't escape with the boat, I would make sure it couldn't take me in the boat. The creature paused, its head tilting again as if sensing my desperate final act of defiance. The whispers in my mind went silent, replaced by a momentary, unnerving curiosity. I took a deep breath, clutching the revolver. I could try to paddle with my hands, but the current was strong. The creature was closer, it would reach me before I reached the bank. My eyes fell on the journal, the stories of the lost, the theft of memories. I had to distract it. I had to draw its attention away from me, even for a few seconds. With a sudden, primal scream, I lifted the journal from my backpack, holding it high. It was a symbol of its victims, of its power. The creature's obsidian eyes, which had been fixed on me, flickered a subtle, almost imperceptible shift towards the journal. The whispers returned, now tinged with a possessive urgency. "Give it to me, Sarah, give me the stories." It was distracted, even for a second. This was my chance. I didn't waste the last bullet on the creature. I had another, more potent weapon. My eyes swept the boat. The water was slowly rising, the leak. I needed to create a bigger hole, a distraction, a way to make it sink quickly. With a desperate cry, I slammed the butt of the revolver against the side of the boat, just above the waterline where the wood was thin and rotted. The old wood cracked, a sharp, splintering sound, but it didn't pierce through. I hit it again, harder and again, putting all my remaining strength into the blows. On the third strike, there was a sickening crack, and a large chunk of rotted wood splintered inward, creating a gaping hole. Water immediately rushed in, a torrent, filling the boat rapidly. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, its obsidian eyes widening slightly. It seemed to understand my intent. It wasn't just a physical threat, it was a threat to its ritual, to its trophy. The boat was sinking fast, pulled down by the weight of the water. I had to get out. I grabbed the heavy machete, my last effective weapon. With a desperate yell, I leaped into the churning water, abandoning the sinking boat and the useless revolver, plunging into the cold, fast-flowing river. The current immediately seized me, pulling me downstream. I fought against it, trying to swim towards the distant bank, towards the dirt track. My limbs were heavy, my lungs burning, but I kicked and thrashed, powered by a desperate, primal will to survive. The creature roared, a sound of pure rage reverberating across the water. It surged forward, its massive strides eating up the distance, its clawed hands reaching for me. It wanted my identity. But the river was swift, and I was in its grasp. The current was carrying me away, downstream, faster than the creature could walk against it, even in its own domain. It was forced to give chase, its powerful legs churning through the water, but losing ground as I was swept away. The creature let out another frustrated roar, its form becoming smaller, more distant, as the river carried me away from it, away from the bend, away from its immediate grasp. The whispers in my head became fainter, more desperate, filled with its impotent rage. I was free of its immediate pursuit, but I was in the middle of a fast-flowing river with a single machete, no boat, and no clear way to the bank. The sun was now dangerously low on the horizon, painting the sky in fiery oranges and purples. Night was falling, and I was still in the wilderness, vulnerable, exhausted, and barely alive. But I was free of it, for now. The immediate, suffocating presence of the creature was gone. I gasped for air, struggling against the current, my eyes scanning the distant bank. The dirt track was still there, but it seemed to recede with every powerful surge of the river. I focused on the current, letting it carry me, trying to conserve my strength, trying to find a point where I could scramble ashore. The water was icy cold, numbing my limbs, stealing my warmth. Hypothermia was a new, immediate threat. As the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, plunging the river into a terrifying, shadowed expanse, I saw it. A small, dark shape bobbing in the water ahead caught on a snag of branches, a piece of driftwood, a large, solid log. My last desperate hope. I kicked and thrashed, pouring every ounce of my remaining strength into reaching it. The current was relentless, pushing me past it, but I lunged, my hands closing around the rough bark. I clung to it, gasping, letting the log become my makeshift raft, my fragile lifeline. The log, heavy and waterlogged, slowly turned in the current, carrying me further downstream, deeper into the gathering darkness. I lay flat against it, shivering uncontrollably, clutching the machete, my eyes scanning the shadowed banks. The creature was gone, but the forest was still alive with unseen threats, and the cold was seeping into my bones, promising a different kind of death. I was no longer running from it. I was running with the river, but where would it take me, and what other dangers lurked in the darkness ahead? I clung to the log, my teeth chattering uncontrollably, the icy river water numbing my limbs. The last sliver of sun had vanished, plunging the world into a deep, oppressive darkness. The river, once a symbol of escape, was now a roaring, unforgiving force, its current pulling me into an unknown abyss. The log, heavy and waterlogged, spun slowly, carrying me further and further downstream. My body screamed with exhaustion and cold. Every muscle ached, every bone felt brittle. I lay flat against the rough bark, shivering uncontrollably, clutching the machete as if it were a talisman against the encroaching cold and the terrors of the night. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one clouding in the frigid air. The immediate suffocating presence of the creature was gone, a small mercy in this terrifying wilderness. But the forest on either bank was alive with unseen threats. The hoots of owls, the rustle of hidden creatures, the distant howls of what sounded like wolves, they were all just sounds in the profound darkness, yet each one heightened my sense of vulnerability. I was just a small, fragile human in a vast, unforgiving wild, swept along by a relentless current. Hypothermia was a new, immediate threat, more insidious than the creature's direct assault. My fingers and toes were losing all sensation, my body's core temperature plummeting. I tried to focus on anything but the cold, Sarah's face, our shared memories, the warmth of a forgotten summer day. Anything to keep the insidious chill from seizing my mind as well as my body. The river was wide, its banks receding into dark, impenetrable walls of trees. I couldn't see anything, couldn't discern if there was a spot to scramble ashore. The current pulled me faster now, the water churning around me, sometimes throwing me against the log, sometimes threatening to dislodge me altogether. I tightened my grip, my knuckles white, my arms burning with the effort. Hours passed, or what felt like hours. Time lost all meaning in the endless darkness and the relentless cold. My mind drifted in and out of consciousness, vivid hallucinations flashing before my eyes. Sarah laughing, running through a sunlit field, the creature, its obsidian eyes gleaming, its lipless maw stretching into a silent smile. I fought against the haze, forcing myself to stay awake, to cling to the log, to cling to life. Suddenly, the roaring of the river intensified. A new sound, like a thunderous waterfall, grew rapidly louder ahead. Rapids, my heart leaped into my throat. I couldn't navigate rapids on a log, not in this state, not in this darkness. Panic, cold and sharp, jolted me fully awake. I strained my eyes, trying to peer into the inky blackness ahead. I could see nothing, but the sound was deafening, a terrifying maelstrom. The log began to buck and spin, caught in the accelerating current. Water splashed over me, drenching me even further, the icy shock stealing my breath. I gripped the log tighter, pressing my face against its wet bark, bracing for impact. I tried to orient myself to look for a break in the trees, a calmer section of the bank, but it was useless. The world was a blur of dark water and terrifying noise. The log slammed into something hard, a submerged rock or branch. I was thrown violently, my grip momentarily broken. For a terrifying second, I was completely submerged, swallowed by the freezing water, the current tumbling me over and over. My lungs burned, screaming for air. I thrashed wildly, desperately trying to find the surface, trying to find the log. Then my hand connected with solid wood. I burst out of the water, gasping, coughing, spitting. I had found the log again. I clung to it with renewed ferocity, my body trembling uncontrollably, my lungs aching. The rapids were a blur of chaos, the log plunging and rising, scraping against unseen obstacles, threatening to splinter beneath me. I held on, my mind numb with terror and exhaustion, praying for it to end. Just as I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, the roaring began to subside. The log was still moving swiftly, but the water grew calmer, the surface smoother. I had passed through the rapids. I was alive. I lay there, utterly spent, listening to the slower, gentler rush of the river, my body shuddering uncontrollably. My mind, however, was clearer. The brush with death had shocked me awake. I had to get out of the water. I wouldn't survive another hour of this cold. I began to scan the banks again, my eyes burning with the effort. The darkness was still absolute, but perhaps if I got closer to shore, I could discern something, anything. I started to paddle weakly with my free hand, trying to steer the log towards what felt like the left bank. It was slow, arduous work. My arm felt like lead, my fingers stiff and clumsy with cold. But I pushed, propelled by the desperate need for warmth and solid ground. After what felt like an eternity, the dark mass of trees on the bank seemed to grow closer, clearer. I could discern individual shapes, the hanging branches of weeping willows dipping into the water. And then I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible gleam of light far in the distance through a gap in the trees. A flicker of hope, bright and desperate, pierced through the fog of my exhaustion. Light, could it be a house, a cabin, civilization? I renewed my efforts, paddling with a frantic energy I didn't know I still possessed. The log slowly, agonizingly, began to drift closer to the bank. The current here was gentler, allowing me to make some progress. As I neared the shore, the light grew stronger, steadier. It wasn't a house light, though. It was a faint orange glow dancing on the distant tree line, a campfire. My heart hammered with a mixture of hope and fear. A campfire meant people, but who? Friendly strangers, or something else entirely, something equally dangerous in this forsaken wilderness. I didn't have a choice. I was freezing, exhausted, and utterly alone. Any human presence, even a dubious one, was better than dying of exposure in the river. I kicked my legs, pushing the log towards a small, relatively clear patch of bank where the current seemed to slow. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I propelled myself off the log, splashing into the shallow water near the shore. My feet sank into soft mud. I scrambled forward, dragging my leaden body out of the river, collapsing onto the damp earth, coughing and shivering violently. I lay there for a moment, gasping, letting the solid ground beneath me be a balm to my battered senses. The cold was still searing, but at least I was out of the water. Slowly, painfully, I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My clothes were soaked, plastered to my skin, heavy and icy. I clutched the machete, my only remaining defense, and began to move, stumbling towards the source of the distant orange glow. The forest here was different. Less dense, the trees more spaced out, allowing for a clearer, albeit still dark, path. The ground was relatively flat. I moved cautiously, every sense on high alert, my eyes fixed on the distant light. As I drew closer, the scent of wood smoke reached my nostrils, a comforting smell that filled me with a primal sense of hope. It was definitely a campfire. I crept forward, trying to be as silent as possible, my machete held ready. I didn't know who or what was waiting for me. This forest had taught me to trust no one, nothing. The light flickered through the trees, revealing snippets of the scene ahead. I could make out tents, small and dark, clustered around the fire, a campsite, people. I paused at the edge of the clearing, hidden by the shadows of a thick pine, peering through the branches. Around a crackling campfire, 3 figures sat, hunched over, their faces obscured by the flickering light and the hoods of their jackets. They were dressed in outdoor gear, thick coats, heavy boots, hikers, campers. They were speaking in low voices, their words indistinguishable from my vantage point. One of them rose and stoked the fire, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. The light flared, briefly illuminating their faces. They were young, 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their late 20s or early 30s. Their faces were kind, open, not the hardened, suspicious countenances I had half expected. They looked like typical outdoor enthusiasts, perhaps a bit weary from a long day's hike. Relief, so profound it almost buckled my knees, washed over me. Real people, not creatures, not cultists, just regular, ordinary human beings. My voice, when I tried to speak, was a raw, croaking whisper, "Hello." All 3 heads snapped up, their eyes darting towards my position in the shadows. The man stoking the fire froze, the poker held aloft. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice sharp with alarm. I stepped out of the shadows, machete still clutched in my hand, my soaked clothes dripping onto the dry leaves. My teeth chattered and I was shaking violently, not just from cold but from the emotional release. "Please," I stammered, my voice hoarse. "I need help. I'm lost. I fell in the river." They stared at me, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. My appearance must have been truly terrifying. Wild-eyed, disheveled, covered in mud and grime, clutching a rusty machete, looking like something that had clawed its way out of a nightmare. The woman was the first to react. Her eyes, wide with concern, took in my shivering form. "Oh my God," she breathed. "You're freezing. What happened?" I can explain," I managed, my body trembling so violently I could barely stand. "But I'm so cold, please can you help me?" The man who had been stoking the fire, a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard, was still wary, his eyes fixed on the machete. "Put the weapon down, ma'am," he said, his voice firm but not overtly hostile. It's for protection," I mumbled, my grip on the handle weakening, from things in the forest. The woman, however, was already moving. "Daniel, don't you see she's in shock? She's hypothermic." She rushed towards me, her face etched with genuine concern. "Here, let's get you by the fire, you're freezing." She took my arm, her touch warm and gentle, and began to guide me towards the campfire. The warmth, even from a distance, felt like a beacon. The other 2, Daniel and another man, a quieter type with glasses, slowly lowered their guard, their expressions softening from suspicion to worry. "What's your name?" the woman asked, her arm around my shoulders, helping me hobble towards the fire. "Sarah," I whispered, the name feeling strangely alien on my tongue after so long of just being me. "My name is Sarah." She helped me sit by the fire, pushing a thick wool blanket into my hands. "I'm Emily," she said. "This is Daniel and that's Mark. You're safe now, Sarah." The warmth of the fire was almost overwhelming, a painful shock to my frozen skin, but oh so welcome. I wrapped the blanket tightly around myself, huddling close to the flames, feeling the heat slowly seep into my bones. The shivering began to subside, replaced by a deep, aching warmth. "We have some hot tea," Mark offered, his voice gentle, "or coffee, something warm to drink." "Tea, please," I rasped, my throat still raw. Emily sat beside me, her gaze full of questions, but she didn't press. She just watched me, waiting. Daniel and Mark resumed their positions by the fire, casting wary glances at me but no longer openly hostile. I could feel their curiosity, their apprehension. A few minutes later, Mark handed me a steaming mug of herbal tea. My hands were still shaking, so he helped me bring it to my lips. The warmth spread through my chest, a small sip of comfort after so much terror. "You said you fell in the river," Daniel asked, his voice calmer now. "Where did you come from? We haven't seen anyone else out here for days." I took another sip of tea, trying to collect my scattered thoughts. How much could I tell them? How much would they believe? "I was camping alone," I began, choosing my words carefully. "My car broke down. I got lost trying to find help. I've been walking for days. I tried to use the river to get out." It was a vast simplification, omitting the creature, the cabin, the devil's tooth, the psychological torment. I couldn't tell them that. They'd think I was insane, or worse, they might not believe me, and then I'd be truly alone again. Emily's brow furrowed. Alone, this deep in the forest, without proper gear, she gestured to my machete, which I had placed beside me. And with a machete. It's been a difficult few days, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I found the machete in an old lean-to. I needed something to protect myself. Protection from what, Sarah? Daniel asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. There's no dangerous wildlife reported in this area other than a few bears, and they usually keep their distance. I hesitated, looking into the fire, its flames dancing and crackling, mimicking the chaos in my mind. I saw things, heard things. It's not safe out here at night. I decided to hint at the truth without revealing the full horror. There's something wrong with this forest, something ancient. They exchanged glances. Skepticism was written on Daniel's face, but Emily and Mark looked more thoughtful, perhaps even a little unnerved by my tone. Ancient, Mark mused. You mean like local legends, old Native American tales? I don't know, I admitted, rubbing my temples. I found a journal. It talked about a hunger in the earth, about sacrifices. Now all three of them stared at me, their faces paling slightly. The comfortable campfire atmosphere had evaporated, replaced by a growing tension. Sacrifices? Emily asked, her voice barely a whisper. What kind of sacrifices? Objects, memories, identities, I said, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. It feeds on people's despair, their loneliness. It makes them forget who they are, then they walk to their deaths, to the devil's tooth. The silence that followed was heavy, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the distant sounds of the night. Daniel looked utterly bewildered, Mark looked disturbed, and Emily's face was a mask of empathetic concern. Sarah, Daniel finally said, his voice slow and careful, are you sure you're all right? You've been through a traumatic experience. Maybe you're a little disoriented. I'm not disoriented, I retorted, a flash of anger igniting within me. They thought I was crazy. I'm telling you the truth. There's a monster in this forest. It tries to get into your head. It tried to kill me. I pointed to the machete. I heard it. With this, it's real. Emily reached out and gently placed a hand on my arm. We believe you've had a terrifying experience, Sarah, but this is a lot to take in. Why don't you get some rest? We'll figure things out in the morning. She was trying to soothe me, to treat me like a frightened child, a victim of trauma. It stung, but I understood. My story was incredible, horrifying. It sounded like the ramblings of a madwoman. I can't rest, I said, shaking my head. It's still out there. It knows I escaped the river. It'll come for me, for us. Daniel scoffed. Come on, Sarah, what kind of monster are you talking about? Bears and wolves don't hunt people like that, and even if there was some crazy hermit in the woods, we're three grown adults armed with camping tools. We'll be fine, he gestured dismissively. Besides, we're miles from Devil's Tooth. That's a legend about a local rock formation, nothing more. No, it's not a legend, I insisted, my voice rising in desperation. I've been there. I saw the offerings, the locket, the wooden bird, the spectacles. It collects them. And I saw the creature. It's tall, thin, with bark-like skin and obsidian eyes. It walks on two legs. Mark, who had been listening intently, suddenly spoke up. Hold on, Daniel. There are stories, old ones from the indigenous tribes around here. My grandmother used to tell them. About a shadow weaver that steals memories and preys on lost souls in the deep woods near a place they called the Cursed Spire, which some say is Devil's Tooth. Daniel stared at Mark, clearly surprised. Mark, you're not actually taking this seriously, are you? Those are just campfire stories. Maybe, Mark said, shrugging, but his eyes were thoughtful. But sometimes old stories have a kernel of truth, and Sarah's description, it sounds eerily similar to some of the accounts. Emily looked from Mark to me, then back to Daniel. Regardless of what it is, Sarah is clearly terrified and has been through something terrible. We need to help her. Daniel, can you give her some dry clothes? And we need to make sure the fire stays strong through the night. Daniel, still clearly skeptical, sighed but nodded. All right, I've got some spare thermals and a jacket that might fit. He rummaged in his pack, pulling out a bundle of clothing. Emily helped me change, creating a makeshift privacy screen with another blanket. The dry, warm clothes felt like heaven against my skin. The old blood, mud, and river water clinging to my body were washed away, replaced by the comforting warmth of fresh fabric. It was a small, invaluable restoration of dignity. Thank you, I murmured, truly grateful. Thank you all. You're welcome, Emily said kindly. Now we have a small first aid kit. Let's see if you have any serious cuts. She carefully examined my scraped knees and hands, cleaning them with antiseptic wipes and applying bandages. As she worked, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. The warmth, the safety, the sudden release of tension, it was all catching up to me. My eyelids felt impossibly heavy. You need to sleep, Sarah, Emily said, her voice soft. We'll keep watch. You can take my tent. It's small, but it'll be warm. I wanted to protest, to insist on staying awake, to warn them about the creature, but my body was failing me. The thought of a warm, dry place to rest was overwhelmingly appealing. But the creature, I whispered, fighting against the encroaching sleep. It might come. We'll be ready, Mark said, his voice surprisingly firm. He had a hunting knife strapped to his belt, and I noticed Daniel had a small hatchet leaning against his pack. They were not unarmed. Emily led me to a small, dome-shaped tent, unzipping the flap. Inside, a sleeping bag was already laid out. "Get in," she urged. "You'll warm up quickly." I crawled into the sleeping bag, its soft, insulated warmth enveloping me like a cocoon. I still clutched the machete, placing it inside the sleeping bag beside me, a thin shield against the lurking fear. "We'll make sure the fire stays high," Emily assured me, peering into the tent. "And we'll be just outside. You're safe here, Sarah. Try to rest." She zipped the tent flap closed, plunging me into darkness, save for the faint orange glow seeping through the fabric. The sounds of the campfire, the low murmur of their voices, the rustle of leaves outside, they were all comforting. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, I was safe, truly safe. Sleep claimed me swiftly, a deep, dreamless void that offered a temporary escape from the horrors of the past few days. I awoke with a gasp, my body rigid, my heart pounding. For a terrifying second, I was back in the cabin, the whispers echoing in my mind, the creature's claws scratching at the walls. Then I opened my eyes and saw the tent ceiling, the soft light filtering through the fabric. It was morning, the sun was up, I was safe. A wave of profound relief washed over me, followed by a surge of gratitude. I was alive, I had made it. I slowly unzipped the tent flap and crawled out. The campsite was quiet, serene in the crisp morning air. The campfire had dwindled to glowing embers, and a thin wisp of smoke curled into the pale blue sky. Emily was sitting by the fire, nursing a mug of coffee. Daniel was sharpening his hatchet on a stone, his brow furrowed in concentration. Mark was nowhere in sight. They looked up as I emerged, their expressions a mixture of relief and continued concern. "Sarah, you're awake," Emily said, a genuine smile breaking across her face. "How are you feeling?" "Better," I admitted, surprised by the strength in my voice. The dry clothes, the warmth, the hours of unbroken sleep, they had worked wonders. My body still ached, but the immediate threat of hypothermia was gone. My mind felt clearer, less fragmented. "Good," Daniel said, putting down his hatchet. "Mark went to scout ahead a bit, see if he could pick up a trail. We've decided to break camp early and get you to a ranger station or town." "You believe me?" I asked, a hopeful tremor in my voice. Daniel exchanged a look with Emily. "We believe something extraordinary happened to you, Sarah. We may not understand all of it, but your story, combined with Mark's knowledge of the local legends, it's enough for us to take precautions. We're not taking any chances." "He means," Emily added, "that we're not dismissing what you said. We're getting you to safety, and then we'll figure out what to do." I felt a fresh wave of tears welling up in my eyes, this time not from fear, but from gratitude. They were willing to help me, even if they couldn't fully comprehend the horror I had endured. "Thank you," I managed, my voice thick with emotion. "You don't know what this means to me." "We're just doing what anyone would do," Emily said gently. "Now let's get you some breakfast. We have some oatmeal left and coffee." As I ate the warm oatmeal, savoring every spoonful, I recounted more of my story. I omitted the most horrifying details of the creature's appearance and its psychological attacks, focusing instead on the practical aspects. My car breakdown, the cabin, the journal, the offerings at Devil's Tooth, and my desperate escape down the river. I explained about the creature's fear of light, its physical vulnerability to the fire, iron, and the machete, and its ability to influence minds. Daniel listened intently, his skepticism slowly giving way to a grudging acceptance, especially as I described the physical evidence. The scratches on the cabin, the strange smell, the journal entries. Mark returned shortly after I finished, his face grim. "Anything out there, Mark?" Emily asked. "No sign of anything unusual," he replied, "but I did find something." He held up a small, weathered piece of wood. It was thin, flat, and carved with the familiar swirling symbol. My breath hitched. It was a piece of an effigy. "I found it washed up on the riverbank just downstream from where we camped," Mark explained, his eyes fixed on the symbol. "It looks like the carving Sarah described," he glanced at me, "and it feels wrong, like it shouldn't be here." Daniel stared at the effigy, his face pale. His last vestiges of skepticism seemed to crumble. "Okay," he said, his voice quiet. "I believe you, Sarah. This is beyond anything I've ever experienced. We need to get out of here, fast." "Where exactly are we?" I asked, pulling out my map. Mark knelt beside me, tracing a finger along the blue line. "This is the Blackwater River. We camped about here." He pointed to a spot on the map, a significant distance downstream from where the smaller stream fed into it. "That dirt track on the far bank is an old logging road. It eventually connects to Highway 17, about 50 miles south." 50 miles, it was a long way, but it was a path to civilization, a way out. "We need to cross the river," I said. "My boat sank." "We saw the wreckage," Mark confirmed. "We don't have a boat, but we do have some inflatable rafts we use for crossing smaller streams. They're not designed for a river this wide, but we might be able to rope them together, make a pontoon raft. It'll be slow, but it's our best bet." And we need to be prepared, Daniel added, his earlier dismissiveness replaced by a grim determination. If what you say is true, Sarah, then this thing is intelligent, and it's coming for us. We need to be ready to fight. We spent the next hour breaking down camp, packing our gear, and preparing the rafts. Daniel, Mark, and Emily were experienced hikers, their movements efficient and coordinated. I helped as best I could, my energy levels slowly returning, my mind focused on the task at hand. We lashed 2 inflatable rafts together, creating a more stable platform. We loaded our packs, my journal, compass, and machete onto the raft. The sun was high in the sky now, bathing the river in its reassuring glow. It was a good time to move. We pushed off from the bank, using our paddles to propel the makeshift raft across the wide river. The current was strong, but the combined effort of Daniel, Mark, and Emily kept us on course, slowly but steadily moving towards the distant logging road. I sat in the middle, clutching my machete, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line on both banks, looking for any sign of movement, any unnatural shadow. The river crossing was slow, arduous, and nerve-wracking. The sheer size of the river made us feel small and vulnerable, exposed in the open. The only comfort was the relentless sun, still high and bright, a powerful deterrent against the shadows. As we neared the far bank, just a few hundred yards from the logging road, a sudden, chilling sound echoed from the tree line we had just left. A low, guttural growl filled with malevolent rage. My blood ran cold. It had found us. "It's here," I whispered, pointing to the bank we had just left. "It's on the other side." Daniel and Mark immediately stopped paddling, their heads snapping towards the sound. Emily gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. The growl intensified, followed by a frantic rustling in the dense undergrowth. The creature was moving, paralleling our path, trying to keep up. "Paddle," Daniel yelled, his voice strained. "Paddle as fast as you can." We paddled with frantic energy, our arms burning, desperate to reach the safety of the logging road. The growls grew louder, closer, echoing across the water. Then from the tree line, a dark, shadowy figure emerged. It was not the tall, slender creature, but one of its minions, the smaller, muscular, dog-eared one, its obsidian eyes gleaming with feral hunger. It stood on the bank, snarling, its claws tearing at the earth. "Get ready," Daniel shouted, pulling his hatchet from his belt. Mark gripped his hunting knife. The minion let out a high-pitched shriek and lunged into the water, swimming with surprising speed towards our raft. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, but terrifyingly effective. "It's coming," Emily cried, her voice trembling. "Paddle, Emily, keep us moving," Daniel ordered, raising his hatchet. I gripped my machete, my heart pounding like a drum. We were still too far from the bank. The minion would reach us first. As the creature closed in, now only a few dozen yards away, I noticed something strange about the river. The water around the minion seemed to darken, to swirl with an unnatural murkiness, like ink spreading through clear water. And a strange, sickly sweet metallic smell wafted across the river, stronger than ever. It wasn't just physical, it was bringing its influence, its corruption with it. "It's affecting the water," I yelled, my voice cracking. "Don't let it touch the raft." Daniel took aim, waiting for the minion to get closer. Mark stood ready, his knife glinting in the sun. The minion was almost upon us, its snarling muzzle glistening with river water, its claws outstretched, ready to tear into the inflatable raft. Now Daniel roared and hurled his hatchet with surprising force. The hatchet spun through the air, striking the minion squarely in the chest. There was a guttural shriek of pain, and the creature stumbled, its swim faltering. But it wasn't enough. It recovered quickly, shaking its head, and lunged again, its obsidian eyes fixed on us. Mark, without hesitation, jumped to the edge of the raft, knife raised. As the minion reached out a clawed hand to grasp the raft, Mark plunged his knife into its arm. The minion shrieked again, a sound of agony and rage, and thrashed violently. Its movements created a powerful surge of water that rocked our raft, threatening to overturn us. "Hold on," Emily yelled, paddling desperately, trying to stabilize the raft. I saw my chance. As the minion thrashed, distracted by Mark's knife, its head momentarily turned. With a primal roar, I swung my machete, aiming for its head. The dull blade connected with a sickening thud. The minion let out a final, agonizing yelp. Its body went rigid for a second, then went limp, sinking slowly beneath the murky water, leaving a trail of dark, viscous fluid. Silence, a profound, aching silence, fell over the river. We all stood there, panting, staring at the spot where the minion had disappeared. Daniel retrieved his hatchet, which had been dislodged from the water. Mark pulled his knife from the water, wiping the dark fluid on his pants, his face pale but resolute. "It's gone," Emily whispered, her voice trembling. "One of them is," I said, my voice grim, "but the real one is still out there, on the bank." I pointed to the far bank, where the faint outline of the tall, slender creature now stood, motionless, gazing at us with its unblinking obsidian eyes. It hadn't come into the water, hadn't risked the direct confrontation. It had sent its minion. The creature let out a low, mournful hum, a sound of ancient fury and frustration that echoed across the river, chilling us to the bone. It was still there, still watching, still plotting. "Paddle," Daniel commanded, his voice raw with urgency. "We're almost there." We paddled with renewed fervor, adrenaline surging through us. The logging road seemed to beckon, a promise of safety. Finally, the raft scraped against the muddy bank. We leaped out, pulling the raft ashore, scrambling up the short, steep incline to the dirt track. We were on the logging road. We were out of the immediate grasp of the creature. We didn't pause. We quickly deflated the rafts and packed them, then began to walk, almost run, down the dirt road, heading south, away from the river, away from the forest, away from the creature's domain. The sun was still high, its light providing a thin veneer of protection. But the creature's hum, fainter now, still seemed to follow us, a distant, malevolent echo in the air. We walked for hours, the logging road winding through less dense forest, sometimes skirting small, rocky hills, sometimes opening into wider clearings. The landscape was gradually changing, becoming less wild, less primordial. My companions, though shaken, remained remarkably composed. Daniel took the lead, hatchet in hand, his eyes scanning the tree line. Mark walked behind me, his knife ready, his gaze constantly sweeping our back trail. Emily walked beside me, her hand occasionally squeezing my arm in reassurance. We spoke little, conserving our energy, our minds focused on putting as much distance as possible between us and the creature. As the sun began its slow descent once more, casting long shadows ahead of us, a new fear began to creep in. We were still in the wilderness, miles from Highway 17. Night was coming again. "We need to find a defensible position before dark," Daniel said, his voice grim. "This road won't offer much." "Of a defense," he swept his gaze over the darkening woods. "We need high ground or a place with a clear line of sight away from dense cover." They pressed on, their pace quickening with the fading light. The air grew colder and the shadows lengthened, transforming familiar shapes into distorted, menacing figures. The distant hum of the creature, a barely perceptible vibration in the air, seemed to grow stronger, more insistent, as if it sensed their vulnerability. Up ahead, Mark suddenly pointed, his voice hushed. "A rock outcropping, it looks like it overlooks the road." Sure enough, a jagged, rocky ridge rose abruptly from the forest floor, its gray stone gleaming faintly in the last rays of sunlight. It wasn't particularly high, but it offered a natural vantage point, a small plateau free of dense trees. "That's it," Daniel confirmed, his voice tight. "We set up there fast." They scrambled up the rough incline, their boots slipping on loose stones. My muscles screamed in protest, but adrenaline fueled my ascent. Once on the plateau, they quickly assessed their surroundings. It was a relatively small, circular space, with scattered boulders and a few stunted pines offering minimal cover. Crucially, it provided an unobstructed view of the logging road and the surrounding forest for a good distance. "Okay," Daniel panted, wiping sweat from his brow. "Emily, start a fire, a big one. Sarah, help her gather what you can. Mark, we need to clear this area, make sure nothing can sneak up on us." They moved with practiced efficiency, a testament to their camping experience. Emily and I gathered fallen branches and dry leaves, piling them in the center of the plateau. The scent of pine and damp earth filled the air. Daniel and Mark used their hatchet and knife to clear away undergrowth, creating a small, clear perimeter. As Emily struck a match, the small flame felt like a tiny spark of defiance against the encroaching darkness. The fire caught quickly, crackling and spitting as it consumed the dry tinder. The flames leaped higher, casting dancing shadows across our faces, pushing back the gloom. But as the fire grew, so did the creature's humming. It was louder now, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath our feet, a mournful, hungry sound that resonated in my bones. It felt closer, more tangible. "It knows we're here," I whispered, clutching my machete, my eyes darting towards the tree line, which now seemed like a wall of impenetrable blackness. "Let it come," Daniel said, his face grim, illuminated by the firelight. He held his hatchet ready, its blade glinting. "We're not running anymore." Mark stood beside him, his hunting knife held loosely but firmly. Emily stoked the fire, adding more wood, making sure the flames roared fiercely. The heat was a tangible barrier, a psychological comfort. The whispers began then, insidious and relentless, seeping into my mind. "You think fire can stop me, Sarah? This is my domain. The light always fades. The cold always comes. Give up, give in, forget, let me take your pain." I pressed my hands against my ears, trying to block them out, but it was useless. They were in my head, attacking my resolve. "You're tired, so tired, just rest. Let go, forget your sister, forget this burden." "It's trying to get into my head," I cried, my voice strained. "It's the whispers." "Focus on the fire, Sarah," Emily urged, her voice strong and clear, cutting through the mental assault. "Focus on us, you're not alone." I looked at her, at Daniel, at Mark. Their faces, illuminated by the fire, were etched with concern, but also with a quiet strength. They were real, they were here, I was not alone. The whispers faltered, losing some of their power. The humming from the forest intensified, growing into a low, mournful wail that echoed through the night. The trees themselves seemed to sway, their branches scraping together like skeletal fingers. Then, from the darkness just beyond the reach of the firelight, it emerged. The creature, tall, impossibly slender, its bark-like skin mottled and dark against the gloom. Its obsidian eyes, vast and unblinking, fixed on us, reflecting the fiery glow like twin coals. It glided through the trees, its movements silent, unnaturally fluid, drawn by the light and the promise of its prey. It was not running, not rushing. It was approaching with a deliberate, ancient patience, its lipless maw stretching into that chilling, silent smile. It was bigger than I remembered, or perhaps in the open, with the firelight revealing its full, terrifying height, it simply seemed more immense. It stopped at the very edge of the clearing, just where the fire's warmth began to dissipate, its long, spindly arms hanging loosely at its sides. "It's here," Mark breathed, his voice barely a whisper but firm. Daniel raised his hatchet, his stance wide and ready. Emily stood close to the fire, holding a thick, heavy branch like a club. I gripped my machete, its weight a familiar comfort. The creature didn't move, didn't charge. It simply stood there, watching, its head tilted slightly, its presence radiating an ancient malevolence that chilled the air even by the fire. It was a silent siege, an invisible battle of wills. "You cannot fight me," the whispers returned, now directly from the creature, its voice a hollow resonance in my mind, laced with an arrogant certainty. "You are weak, you are mine. These fools cannot save you, they will join you." "No," I screamed aloud, gripping the machete so hard my knuckles turned white. "I'm not yours, and they won't join you." My outburst seemed to surprise the creature. Its head tilted further, a flicker of something almost like curiosity in its obsidian eyes. "It feeds on despair," I yelled to my companions, forcing the words past the creature's mental assault. "On loneliness, don't let it get into your heads, focus on what's real." Daniel, Mark, and Emily nodded, their faces grim but resolute. They looked at each other, a shared understanding passing between them, a silent pact against the encroaching darkness. Their fear was palpable, but so was their courage. The creature let out a low, guttural growl, its silent smile widening. It took a slow, deliberate step forward, entering the periphery of the firelight. Its bark-like skin seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it, creating pockets of deeper shadow around its towering form. "Stay back," Daniel roared, taking a step forward, hatchet raised. The creature ignored him, its eyes fixed on me. It took another step, then another, slowly closing the distance. The humming intensified, vibrating through the ground. "It wants Sarah," Emily yelled, grabbing a burning branch from the fire, its tip glowing orange. As the creature got closer, its influence grew. The air grew heavy, the metallic stench returning, suffocating and cloying. The whispers became a chorus, a cacophony of doubt and fear, not just in my mind, but subtly, insidiously touching the edges of my companions' thoughts. I saw their eyes flicker, their resolve waver for a split second. "Give up, there is no hope, you are lost, they will fall, all of you." This was its strength, psychological warfare, the erosion of will. It wasn't just a physical monster, it was a predator of the mind. "Fight it," I screamed, a raw, desperate sound. "Don't let it win, we are not alone." My voice, full of defiant rage, seemed to pierce through the creature's mental assault, breaking the spell. Daniel, Mark, and Emily visibly recoiled, shaking their heads, their eyes clearing. "It's a liar," Emily shouted, brandishing her burning branch. "Don't listen to it." "Light," Mark added, pulling a small, powerful flashlight from his pack and clicking it on, aiming the beam directly at the creature's face. The creature flinched, its obsidian eyes narrowing, a hiss escaping its lipless maw. It hated light. "Fire," Daniel yelled, picking up a flaming log from the campfire. Armed with fire and resolve, they moved. Daniel threw the flaming log at the creature, forcing it to dodge. Mark kept his flashlight beam fixed on its face, disorienting it. Emily swung her burning branch, keeping it at bay. The creature snarled, its mournful wail now laced with genuine frustration and pain. It was being overwhelmed by something it clearly hadn't anticipated, a coordinated, defiant human attack, powered by more than just brute strength. I saw my chance. As the creature recoiled from the combined assault, momentarily unbalanced, its long, spindly leg was exposed. With a surge of renewed strength, I lunged forward, swinging my machete with all my might. The dull blade connected with a sickening thud, ripping through the creature's bark-like skin. A dark, viscous fluid thicker than blood oozed from the wound. The creature shrieked, a high-pitched, agonizing sound that echoed through the forest, a sound of profound injury and rage. It stumbled back, its towering form swaying precariously. The whispers in my head vanished, replaced by a surge of pure, unadulterated pain from the creature. "You will pay for this, Sarah, you will join the forgotten." But its words held less power now, tinged with desperation. Its true domain was the darkness, the isolation, the despair. Here, surrounded by fire and defiance, it was vulnerable. Daniel and Emily pressed their attack, swinging burning branches, forcing the creature further back into the shadows. Mark kept the flashlight beam fixed on it, preventing it from regaining its footing. With another furious shriek, the creature turned and dissolved back into the deeper shadows of the forest, its humming fading into a distant, wounded moan. Its presence receded, the metallic stench dissipating, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. It was gone, it had retreated. We stood panting, huddled around the fire, listening to the silence of the night, broken only by the crackling flames in our ragged breaths. Our adrenaline slowly began to subside, leaving us trembling with exhaustion and relief. Did we do it? Emily whispered, her voice hoarse. It's gone, I confirmed, my voice thick with emotion. It's hurt, it hates the light, it hates defiance, it won't come back tonight. Daniel leaned against a boulder, hatchet in hand, his chest heaving. I don't believe what I just saw. What was that thing? It was the Shadow Weaver, Mark said, his voice quiet, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe, just like the old stories. We spent the rest of the night huddled around the roaring fire, taking turns keeping watch, adding wood to the flames, keeping the light and warmth strong. The creature's presence was gone, but the memory of its malevolence lingered, a chilling reminder of the horrors of the deep woods. We spoke in hushed tones, sharing our disbelief and our profound gratitude for each other's presence. As the first faint streaks of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, a profound sense of peace settled over the clearing. The birds began to sing, a sweet, clear chorus that chased away the last vestiges of night's terror. The forest still looked ancient and wild, but it no longer felt oppressive. The sun was returning, and with it hope. We need to get to the highway, Daniel said, breaking the silence, his voice firm with renewed purpose. And then we need to tell someone, not sure who will believe us, but we have to try. I have the journal, I said, pulling it from my pack. It has the stories, the names, the warnings. Emily looked at the journal, then at me, her eyes filled with a new understanding. You're not crazy, Sarah, you were right all along. A small, weary smile touched my lips. The validation after days of fighting for my sanity was a profound comfort. We packed our camp quickly, leaving the fire to smolder safely. The walk down the logging road in the clear morning light felt like a pilgrimage. Every step took us further from the creature's domain, closer to the world of safety and reason. The humming was gone, completely vanished, leaving behind only the natural sounds of the awakening forest. Hours later, as the sun climbed higher, warming our tired bodies, we heard it, the faint, distant hum of an engine. Then, around a bend in the logging road, a shimmering line of asphalt appeared, cutting through the trees. Highway 17. It was a small, two-lane road, but it was civilization. A battered pickup truck rumbled by, heading south, its driver a blur in the morning light. It was real. We had made it. We stood at the edge of the asphalt, blinking in the sunlight, a group of 4 weary, mud-streaked, battle-hardened survivors. My companions looked at me, their faces a mixture of wonder and relief. You're free, Sarah, Emily said softly, taking my hand. You made it out. I looked back at the logging road, at the dark, dense tree line that marked the edge of the wilderness, the creature's domain. It was still out there, lurking in the shadows, but its hold on me was broken. I had faced it, fought it, and survived. I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't let it win. A car approached from the north, a small sedan. Daniel stepped onto the shoulder, waving his arms. The car slowed, then pulled over, the driver, a middle-aged woman, looking at us with concern. Everything all right? She called out, rolling down her window. No, ma'am, Daniel replied, a wry smile touching his lips. But we're about to be. Could you possibly give us a ride to the nearest town? We have quite a story to tell. As we piled into the car, leaving the deep woods behind, I clutched the journal close to my chest. The stories of the lost, of the forgotten, were no longer just tales of despair. They were also a testament to resilience, to the strength of human connection, and to the enduring power of memory. I had almost been lost, almost forgotten, but I had been found. And I would ensure that the truth of the Shadow Weaver and the courage it took to face it would never be forgotten again. My journey to find Sarah might have started in fear, but it ended in the enduring light of truth.